Good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. We begin today with breaking news. I want to get you right to Vero Beach, where the Vero Beach Police Department holding a news conference live right now, talking about a double homicide at the Indian River County Main Library. The police chief there just began speaking a moment ago. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Suffering from multiple gunshot wounds in and around a vehicle in a nearby parking lot. Again, just north of the library there, a large parking lot. The pictures there on the screen, folks. There we go. Thank you. So that's victim number. One of our victims, female victim, Stacy Ellis Mason, with her date of birth and age there. And then we'll share with you the second victim, male Danny Uli, as well. Other slide. There's our male victim, again, date of birth and age. So Stacy is the wife of our suspect, who is currently a person of interest. Let's show him a slide of that as well. And again, we'll get into some details. Jesse Ellis with his information there as well.
That's Stacy's husband, Mr. Ellis?
Husband of 13 years, we understand about 13 years of marriage with Stacy E. as in Ellis Mason. Yes. Detectives quickly obtained and reviewed surveillance footage from the area, which captured the suspect approaching the victims, opening fire on the vehicle. So we're not going to be able to share that surveillance video with you just yet. We're in talking with the state attorney's office, kind of combing through that as well. That's part of our active investigation, but there is some surveillance video that we obtained from the library area. Again, Mr. Ellis approached the driver's side door. I'll back up just a second. Mr. Uli arrived at the parking lot, backed his Ford Ranger into one of the parking spaces, and shortly thereafter, Miss Mason pulled up a parking space apart from the Ranger, pulled in, driving a SUV VW. She got out of her vehicle, walked around to the passenger side of the Ford Ranger, got into the vehicle with Mr. Uli, and then shortly thereafter, we see a suspect coming toward the front passenger side of the vehicle and firing multiple shots into the vehicle, and then going around to the passenger side. Miss Uli's falling out of the vehicle or being pulled out of the vehicle, and he shoots multiple rounds at that time as well to Miss Mason. The vehicle believed to be associated with the suspect, we later located at South Beach. He had left the scene on foot. Obviously, he had parked his truck somewhere, left and went to South Beach. We later found that out. As you can imagine, we were on scene there, trying to discern and find out all the information we can. We had the medical examiner's office en route. We had the state attorney's office en route. The sheriff's department was coming to assist with our crime scene. So a lot at that scene at the library was going on. And meanwhile, we're trying to develop suspect information and find whereabouts and what have you, and truly learn about the victims as well, so we can get leads and find out. Of course, we have to remember next of kin. We only were able to notify Miss Mason's parents, who were in Vermont late last night. So a lot of that, again, was very important before we share information. So at approximately 8:30 yesterday, we had a call that came in. The sheriff's department, the fire department responded. Personnel, they responded to the area of Mar-a-lago Country Club on our beach side, because we had a call from a female that was walking by the beach area. She called in to us about 8 o'clock or so a.m. Mind you, we're only on scene over here for about an hour. She calls in saying she's describing an older male, tall, go into the ocean. We responded. The fire department responded. They put their, I believe it's a Zodiac style boat in the ocean in the Mar-a-lago Country Club area, and they advised that he was about 900 yards from the shore, again off of that area. And we can get into that as well. Search warrants have been executed at a residence connected to the suspect, and that's a South County residence as well. Investigators recovered multiple firearms and digital evidence, including cell phones, which are currently undergoing forensic analysis. This remains, again, an active and ongoing investigation with a significant amount of evidence still being processed. So what questions do you have for me?
Ben, could you explain who was shot first and who was pulled out of the vehicle?
So the suspect went to the person of interest went to the driver's side first, and Mr. Uli was the driver of the pickup truck, and so he was shot first. Multiple rounds went into the cabin. Then he walked around to the side of the female, Miss Mason.
And shot at Miss Mason from the passenger side as well?
Yes, yes.
You said he pulled her out.
It's hard to tell. Either pulled her out, she was trying to get out, all at the same time.
Was the weapon that you believe to have been used in the killings recovered at the scene by investigators?
It was.
What was that weapon?
It was some type of automatic long gun.
Like an AR-15 type?
Similar, yes.
I think the biggest question we've been getting from the public is when there's a killer still out and about, the question lies, why did you guys feel there was no threat to the public? Can you address
Correct.
that?
Yeah. We do not. I think the only threat, if somebody's at large with this case, and we can talk about it, is with law enforcement, potentially encountering law enforcement, possibly, right? The threat. This was a situation of a crime of passion. Two individuals that were apparently seeing each other for a period of time, and one husband being upset about it, and potentially committing the crime that was committed.
Can you talk to us then? That sounds like perhaps a motive. Can you talk to us about what was going on in the lives of Miss Mason and Mr. Ellis and Mr. Uli? I mean, flesh it out a little bit about why you think this perhaps could have happened.
Yeah. So what we can share with you is we've learned a decent amount thus far. So we are trying to put those pieces together. But certainly, what appears to be have taken place is that Mr. and Mrs. Miss Mason and Mr. Ellis were in the midst of potentially separating or divorcing, from what we've learned, and maybe over the last several weeks to a month or so, their home was getting ready to be sold. So they were conversing amongst themselves about separating and selling the home. Mr. Ellis did obtain some professional services to help look into some things, if you will. That's all we're going to say at this time. So it's a matter of again, the marriage not being broken in a sense, and then Mr. Uli apparently is married as well, and essentially an affair.
So Danny Uli and Miss Mason were romantically involved, or that's what you guys believe or suspect?
It appears that's the case.
Sorry. Do you believe the suspect was armed when he left the scene then, if he left behind that weapon, or?
He left behind the weapon and some other evidence that we're not going to go into. We are literally searching his vehicle right now, so I can't share anything that was discovered yet.
Do you believe he was armed?
I do not know. I do not know.
You indicated earlier that Mr. Ellis, I believe, walked up to the vehicle, on foot. I mean, and he parked his, I guess, pickup truck some ways away. Do you have any idea of how he perhaps knew that they were meeting at this spot?
Will, you heard me say he obtained some professional services. He had information of some things that were taking place. Okay.
And when you talk, and you guys learned, I guess, that his vehicle was discovered hour or two later, I guess, over in the beach, and the boat 900 yards offshore. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, and two, Their vehicles came, they lived South County. Their vehicles both were spotted via camera coming into the city or northbound, you know, at 6 in the morning and at just before 7 in the morning as well, both vehicles, to your question as well.
With the 900 yards offshore, were you
Yeah.
kind of saying that Mr. Ellis had swam out quite a long ways in the water, or?
It appears that, yeah.
So the library was just circumstantial, it was just a location, it had nothing to do with the whole, situation?
The library was a location that they apparently met before, and they met again there yesterday morning, and Mr. Ellis apparently was aware of that.
Do you think that Mr. Ellis swam out 900 yards from where you, and,
Well, I don't know how else he would have got out 900 yards.
I guess what I'm saying is, can you confirm that he went out there and his body has been found?
He's still at large. He's still a person of interest. So we can confirm by a citizen that says it was him that swam out there.
That was Mr. Ellis that swam out?
Correct.
Okay.
So where do you think he is, Chief?
That's a good question, Angela, for sure. We hope that, again, this is a little unique, but we're sifting through a lot of evidence right now. We're doing follow-up. We have boats and side-by-sides and vehicles on the beach in the ocean right now. So could he have drowned? Potentially, yes. Could he have come back out of the water? Potentially, yes. So that's why we certainly need to know where he is.
And that boat that you mentioned yesterday, that was one of your crews that went out there to search?
No, the fire department launched their, I think it's a Zodiac style type of boat that you can launch from the beach. Otherwise, boats have to go up to the inlet and back south, right? So we called them for assistance, and they launched their boat from the shore and beach area at Mar Country Club, which is north of South Beach where the vehicle was parked.
Now, while your crews are searching for the suspect, is it safe to assume that he could so potentially be armed and to treat him as such?
Well, sure. I can't say otherwise, but we do have his vehicle, and we do have all of the contents within it. So if he went into the water, you know, and he came back out, what does he have with him, right? That's a question that's fair. But we do have his vehicle and all his equipment, or stuff, if you will.
Do you know how long, and I apologize if you covered this before, do you know how long Miss Stacy and Danny, I guess, had been kind of romantically involved?
Yeah, we don't have anything definitive. We think, you know, at least our understanding would be 3 weeks to a month, but nothing definitive, Will.
And why do you think they were meeting in front at the library? Like, what was the purpose for that? Just chit-chatting, or?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, they're meeting, you know, both individuals are married, right? They're meeting to see each other and such, so.
And Chief, you said you found multiple weapons. Where? Was it at the scene, in the truck?
What was that, Angela? I'm sorry?
You found multiple weapons? Was it-
Oh, the home, he's a hunter, and the home had multiple firearms in the home, which, again, are in the home, not with him.
Is that your only witness to him going into the water, the lady at Rio Mar?
That's our only.
Is there any video or
Yeah,
anything with it?
we're working on video. We're working on some other calls that have come in, but we have to vet those, as you can imagine. So, you know, we're trying to share with you as best and most accurate information that we have for you. So if we need to have another press conference, we will. We'll share information with you as we move forward. And hopefully that's, you know, finding Mr. Ellis, for sure.
You mentioned Mr. Ellis had some information. Did Mr. Ellis, you guys believe, did he hire a private investigator to follow the wife?
Something of that nature, yes.
So Chief, just to be clear, both victims arrive in different cars. The female gets out of her car and goes into the other victim's car.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you say what was found in the suspect's vehicle? Were there guns found in his vehicle?
We are searching the vehicle as we speak.
And what kind of vehicle, I apologize, is that like?
I believe that's a 2022 gray or dark gray Ford F-150.
Now you say you're searching.
The suspect vehicle will, right? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Mr. Ellis's car.
Yeah, it's an F-150 pickup truck.
Okay, and that's also Mr. Uli's vehicle too, I
No,
think.
he's got a Ford Ranger.
Oh, okay.
Ford Ranger, F-150.
You say your crews are searching that Ford F-150 as we speak right now.
Absolutely.
Yesterday at the scene, we saw that a lot of the windows were broken in, and some of the belongings of that vehicle seemingly were on the ground. Did you also search that vehicle at all yesterday, or no?
What we did in concert with the sheriff's department, we wanted to be safe and approached the vehicle. We didn't know if he was in it, and if he was, in what capacity, right? And you have tinted windows. I believe the shade was up on the windshield. So we tactically approached and took out the back window with a drone or other means, tried to with a drone. And so we're trying to see in the vehicle and at a distance, right? At a safe distance. So of course he was not in there. And so there's a lot of stuff in there that we're searching through right now. We had to get a search warrant for both vehicles on the scene at the library, a search warrant for the vehicle at South Beach, and search warrant for a home. And that's all in literally less than 24 hours. So please understand that. We are working on the search warrants. We're doing our searches and our inventories.
Now, you were part of a large law enforcement presence yesterday near that vehicle and around the surrounding beaches. Did that search with canines and drones and helicopters, did that search yield any helpful information to this investigation?
Not yesterday's search. We utilized canines. There's that wooded patch of area that's just north of South Beach. We flooded that with canines and officers on a perimeter. And we had people or side-by-sides up and down the beaches. Indian River Shores is assisting us with that. We were out this morning. Officer of the Vero Beach Police Department side-by-side up and down the beaches. Indian River Shores coming from the north. We had the fire department, the sheriff's department and the Indian River Shores out in the ocean. Yesterday, FWC, Coast Guard. We've had multiple agencies respond and assist.
And today, those crews remain out there, like searching the waters and?
This morning at about 7, it was us and the shores along the beach, and I believe it was the shores and the sheriff's department with their boat in the ocean, along with some drone activity.
Do you believe that the suspect is still in Vero Beach or near the area, or do you think that?
Yes, I believe he is, but one doesn't know. If he's that large, can he find a way to have some type of transportation? Absolutely, right? I mean, we have his truck. You know, he's probably not going home. If he does, we'll find him there, right? So, what does one do, right? If they are wanting to go, I mean, if he wanted to go, he could have went right away as well. So maybe he had a change of plans as far as that goes. But we're actively searching for him.
And is there any surveillance video of him actually entering the water? I know it's at the beach, but is there any video?
We are trying to uncover that, depending where. We've got some, as you can imagine, just to the north of South Beach are private residential homes that we're following up with. And then south of there is condominiums. So who has them and what would they yield? We're looking at that. We don't have anything currently. We just have the statement of the lady that called us and saying that afterward, describing him, I believe showing her a picture that she felt it was him.
You talked about some of the search warrants that you were executing yesterday and today. Are there any other ones you're executing today other than the F-150 that are new since the last episode?
Probably the only thing that may be new, and as you can imagine, some of the digital activity that we may, if there are if we uncover a phone, right, search warrant, so as we move forward, search warrants may, prompt themselves.
Have you talked to Mr. Uli?
Ooh, Will, you moved from the middle.
Have you talked to Mr. Uli's wife to see what she says or her, thoughts, or was she aware of this, or did she
Yeah,
yield any information?
So, make sure, and I think you all know, we're here for the victims. We're here for the victims. We're here for the families and friends. So our initial part of the investigation is, okay, all hands on deck, but we need to notify the next of kin. Because if we don't notify them as soon as we can, guess what? Social media is going to let them know, right? Unfortunately. So we notified his wife. To your question, we will follow up with the next of kin as far as information, and we're doing that as well. We spoke to her parents in Vermont again this morning, see if anyone can shed light. But we're doing the follow-up. But the initial key and important component was to make sure the family knew before anyone else. That's most important to us.
Does anyone in the room know the victims or can talk about them as employees briefly?
Does anyone in the room?
Right now, yeah.
Yeah, we have County Manager John Chicanich. We have Commissioner and I believe Chair and former Sheriff Darrell Orr here. So if you're finished with me, or if you want to talk to them now, and you may have something else with me. Just one more, Angela.
There were a lot of people at that beach yesterday, residents concerned about what's going on. What's the message you have for the community today?
Yeah. Yeah. So initially and out of the gate again, this is a crime of passion type incident. A marital issue where it's very sad and terrible what took place, for sure. But that's why we said we don't think there's a threat to the community, if you will, because this was a thought out. We believe, at least whether it was thought out for a day or 2 days or what have you, we think it was something that obviously was just a target of his wife and Mr. Uli. So we don't think he's wanting to, if he's at large, wanting to hurt anyone else. We don't think that's the case when you have something like this with a marital issue. It's not like somebody was a crime spree somewhere and they're at large and it's unknown, right? Is it 100% that way, Angela? Right? We can never say that, right? And that's why I think that if anything, it would be more with law enforcement encounter him where if he is armed, where he's in that desperate mode, right? But we don't think he's wanting to harm anyone else. We don't believe that. This was a targeted marital issue that went terribly, terribly wrong.
What was he wearing when he went into the ocean?
He had a pair of shorts, long type shorts, and a shirt, like a dry fit, dark navy blue type shirt, which he had he wore part of that at the scene, and then he did some clothing. We did, recover some clothing articles as well.
Do you guys plan on releasing a photo just so that we have an image that we can put out?
What type of photo?
Like of what this man might look like or what he was wearing in that moment?
Yeah,
Like that.
yeah,
Okay, just those
yeah.
two.
That's right. That's him right there. As far as the video and things like that, you won't necessarily be able to say that's him, right? And some other things, but we are literally sifting through a lot right now. We really are. There's a lot going on, and we want to be accurate when we share information.
Roughly how many shots were fired by the?
Multiple.
10, 20, 30?
Multiple.
What type of weapon was it?
It was a long gun, apparently an AR style firearm.
Do you know how long the search is expected to last? So search for the husband?
Until we find him. Yeah.
And are officers remaining at his home? Are they at his home right now?
I don't know that we have anybody there right now. It's apparently being sold soon, or was going to be sold soon. So, but we'll keep tabs of that for sure.
So Chief, pardon me.
Yes, sir.
Just a minute later too. You're saying he went to South Beach to literally swim out to shore to get on his boat? Is that the way
No,
I understand this?
he didn't have a boat.
Okay, so why into the ocean the way he did? Bring me up to speed on that.
Well, whatever took place at the library, right?
Right.
If this is him and he killed 2 people, including his wife, he drives to South Beach and he goes out into the ocean. What's his intent? Is it to drown himself, or So.
But you were saying a boat was 900 yards offshore and he was
No,
going to try and swim
no.
to it?
No, he swam about 900 yards offshore,
Okay.
and the fire department boat went out to him.
Thank you.
Yes,
Sorry, I missed that.
yes, that's okay, that's okay. So, yeah, that's.
The Vero Beach police chief talking about what they're calling a crime of passion, a double homicide at the Indian River County Library in the parking lot there, where this suspect still at large. They are searching, thinking he may have drowned after he was last spotted swimming offshore. So interesting details coming out this morning out of Indian River County. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back. Would you volunteer for a 6-month shift on a moon base? That is our question of the hour. Let us know. Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. Just point your smartphone at that and then click on the link when it pops up. So 6 months on the moon. Are you saying yes, you do that all the way? Maybe not that long, or are you saying I'll just stick with Earth and gravity? We want to know what you have to say. So let us know. You can chime in multiple different ways there. If you're watching us on YouTube or on Facebook, you can also drop us a line in the chat. Let us know where you're watching from and give us your thoughts on this question as well. And let's go ahead and give you a live look right now at Artemis 2 on the launch pad ahead of a launch that could happen as soon as April 1st for that next mission. You're going to take 4 astronauts around the moon and another step forward in the next steps toward a moon landing and multiple moon landings. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning. If you were with us yesterday, we listened in as officials with NASA outlined and detailed plans for a permanent moon base and what that might look like, the different phases that would entail. And so joining us live now to talk about all this is Ken Kramer, is the managing editor of Space Up Close. Ken, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us today.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, I watched that program most of the day, and yesterday morning I was at the pad at sunrise, seeing that beautiful rocket. Happy to talk to you today.
Yeah, we appreciate you joining us. It was really interesting, Ken, I think, to see some of those plans kind of outlined of what that moon base might look like and what it might take to get there. Just kind of give me your initial thoughts from what we heard and what we saw.
Well, I think it's a really good plan. It's very ambitious. It's something we've needed for a really long time. I think it'll probably take longer to do than what was outlined there, but at least there's a goal now of establishing a base, something we should have done, 50 years ago. Apollo should have never ended, and we would have had that by now. So I'm really glad to see it. I think Isaacman's doing an excellent job for the most part. And the Congress seems to be behind it. So hopefully that will continue and the president will support it. It's been a rough year for NASA, lost 20% of their people. But now we have this very exciting Artemis 2 mission coming up right about a week from now, sending our first astronauts to the moon in over 50 years. So yeah, I'm real excited.
And we've got the phases kind of broken down on the screen there. Do you think that it's pretty ambitious to hear? Do you think that this is something that is feasible?
Well, the 3 phases are really good. Yes, that's how it has to be done. You start simple and add complexity. Whether they can be achieved by those days, that's a question. Landing on the moon in 2028, I think is going to be really tough. 2029 more likely, but and then what follows, it's going to take time also. They want to start monthly landings on the south pole of the moon starting next year. That's really ambitious. We need to do that, but to get that cadence, it's going to take time. So in the meantime, what he did was he inserted a new mission for Artemis 3, not a landing mission any longer. That'll be Artemis 4 and 5, but an Earth orbiting mission, Artemis 3. And that is really a great idea. That's like Apollo 9 back in the 1960s, where NASA tested out the lunar lander in Earth orbit with astronauts docking to it. And then on the next mission, they went to the moon and they orbited the moon. So that's going to be inserted. That'll hopefully be around the middle of next year. And even that is ambitious. So that's more likely to the end of the next year or even push into 2028. But it's a great plan. I just think it's going to take a little longer to execute because, they got 2 contractors, Blue Origin and SpaceX, who have come up with a very complex architecture to land our astronauts on the moon. I asked Isaacman about this a couple of weeks ago, and I said, you're going to have to come up with a simplified approach because that involves 10 to 30 missions. It just doesn't seem rational or reasonable. And they were a little wishy-washy about their answer at that time. But I'm glad to see now they're doing exactly what I suggested, a much more simplified approach, and that has a greater chance to succeed. So these will be prototypes of the lunar landers and not the most complex lunar landers next year and in 2028. They'll build capability over time.
It's an eye-popping price tag. What would you say as to why this is an important project, why a moon base is needed, and why that cost and that investment would be worth it?
Yeah, well, the price tag is actually not that much. We've spent about 100 billion already on this program. So they're proposing to spend another 20 billion over 7 years. So that's about just over $1 billion a year, which is not actually a lot of money. And a lot of that's already in the budget. It will require a little bit of increase, and it will require some programs like the Gateway Lunar Outpost to be delayed and some of that to be repurposed. But yeah, we want to go to the South Pole. That is the goal. That is absolutely what should be done. That's where the water is, so they can mine the water, live off the land. You got hydrogen and oxygen there from the water that you can use as rocket fuel. It's drinkable water, hopefully, or can be converted into drinkable water. And then you have oxygen to live off. So you don't have to bring all of that payload to Earth. So absolutely, that's the place to go. It's well-spent money. It'll create a lot of jobs, but not just because it's creating jobs, because it's creating technology that we can use to benefit all humanity. That's why we go into space in the first place. You and I are talking because we have communication satellites and navigation satellites and all of that. So there's a great, tremendous benefit to the country, especially here in Florida and especially in Central Florida, creating a lot of jobs that drive innovation. That's the key. You got to drive innovation. We're not just spending money. It's all spent here on Earth, employing people, giving them good education, motivating kids to study math and science, be productive, do something for the country and humanity. That's what this is all about. And it'll benefit medicine. I'm a pharmaceutical researcher. A lot of great scientific breakthroughs will come in medicine. There's also many other science bases we can establish on the moon, telescopes to look out at the universe. So there's a lot of great things to do. And the price, as I said, is not exorbitant.
How important is having a moon base for that future goal of reaching Mars?
Well, it's a stepping stone and it is a proving ground. Test the technologies because you can get to the moon and back. You know, Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission. It's 3 days there about and another 3 days back. So if you have an emergency, you could come home. And that utility of that was demonstrated very recently. Crew 11 had an emergency evacuation on the International Space Station. Well, not quite an emergency, but they had to bring that astronaut home quick because of a medical issue that he had. So if you're going to Mars, you can't do that. So you have to perfect all that technology. So that's what we're doing with the ISS right now, perfecting that technology, using it as a proving ground. And that will also be done on Mars, testing out the technology. They're going to have nuclear propulsion on the moon, solar energy gathering, which is exactly what you're going to need. At Mars is a lot less sun. There's 1/3 the sun that there is here. So we got to test all that technology, make sure it works, test the life support, test radiation mitigation. Because you can't go to Mars until you do all of that. So the moon is a proving ground for Mars. So I want to go to Mars too. It's always my dream. But it can only be done when the technology is there. And that, again, goes back to the earlier point, driving technology that's good for our country and benefits all humanity. And that's why we're spending that money.
It wasn't that long ago that you and I were just talking about some of the changes to the Artemis program, kind of adding some launches, trying to increase that launch cadence and that kind of thing. How does that change and this upcoming Artemis 2 launch, how does that play into these future missions and the goal of building this moon base?
Well, Artemis 2 must succeed. In order to do any of the rest of it, it has to work. The astronauts have to go to the moon, be productive, carry out the science. They're testing life support that was not done on Artemis 1. The Orion didn't really have life support systems, not to the extent that you would need. It was rudimentary. So now it's full up check out of the life support missions and systems. So that's a primary goal, to make sure that that all works, see if there's any changes that need to be done, and then bring them home safely, testing out the heat shield. There were issues with the heat shield on Artemis 1. They've modified their trajectory, modifying the heat shield for Artemis 3. So that's all going to be tested here on this mission, which must succeed. And again, then they're going to the incremental approach of testing the lunar landers in Earth orbit. And then the actual landing shifted again to Artemis 4 and Artemis 5, maybe in 2028. Again, I think that's a little ambitious, probably be a little delayed. But we have to have a goal. We have to have an ambitious goal in order to achieve anything. Because the Chinese are nipping at our heels. They're going to the South Pole, and they're going to do it by 2030. They're testing their equipment, the landers, a new crew capsule, the new rocket that they need. So they're moving ahead. They're forging ahead. They're not sitting around doing nothing. And they have continuity in their program, which we do not have. It's just constant upheaval with every different administration. And there's a lot of changes in this one. Now, these are good changes. But, you know, Trump wanted to cut NASA's budget by 25% when he came in. So now he's been convinced, luckily, by Isaacman and others to support NASA. So they lost, as I said, 20% of their people. So now they got to rehire those people and get all that information back. And then those people are going to help these commercial companies to stay on track, because that's been another problem. You know, he's going to light a fire under these contractors to get the job done. That has got to happen. There can't be any more excuses for underperforming. If they don't produce, get a new contractor.
And last thing here, Ken, we talked about kind of the ambition of a project like this and all the work that has gone into it and that's going to continue to go into it over the next a few years to get to this point where we see something like that on the moon. Yeah. What does a project like this mean for Florida, for our Space Coast, for a place that has so many that are invested in and part of this industry?
It means we move forward. It means people keep their jobs, unlike after the shuttle and after Apollo. You know, these city, Titusville and the rest of them, Cape Canaveral, became almost ghost towns when they shut down. There were a lot of unemployed people. A lot of businesses went bankrupt. Now we're on the upswing. So it's great for the economy here. Brings tourists in too. But they got to be useful programs and productive, and they are. So it's tremendous for Florida, tremendous for here in Brevard County and the Space Coast, and tremendous for our country. And we're going to be bringing in partners. As I said, we're motivating the kids to study math and science. That's what we need. And we need international partners, our allies, who we have to treat decently, to help cut the cost. And they'll have astronauts on the moon, and we won't have to pay for all of it. And that's good. We're going to go into space as all humanity. So this is a peaceful endeavor to bring the country together, to bring the world together. We have a lot of issues in the world right now. So this is a great program, great for Florida, puts people to work, and brings the country and the world together in peace.
Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. We appreciate your time today. Always good talking with you. And man, these shots you shared with us, that's good stuff. Just kind of takes your breath away.
Oh, thanks for showing them. That was so breathtaking to see that. And in a week, your viewers will be able to see this rocket, hopefully April 1 at around 6:30 or so before sunset. So it's going to be fantastic if it goes. They have a 2-hour launch window, and then they have 6 more opportunities altogether. And we had another sunrise. So you can actually see from Titusville, you can see that rocket sitting on the launch pad. And right from here, you can see the sun behind it or near it. So take care of that. I mean, try to take advantage of those opportunities if you can, or go to the visitor complex, take a tour there and see the rocket up close. And hopefully it'll go, and hopefully the astronauts will come back. And you asked about the benefit to Florida. It's bringing in maybe 500,000 tourists. So
Yeah.
going to be exciting. So get here early if you're coming, and plan for staying a long time.
Yeah. Well, good advice there. Ken, we appreciate it. Always good talking with you.
Thank you. Thanks for showing the pictures too.
As we go to break here, we're going to leave this up for a minute so you can vote. We want to know if you'd volunteer for a 6-month shift on a moon base. Looks like a plurality of you right now saying you'll just stay on Earth where the gravity is. But we want to know what you think. fox35orlando.com/vote. You can also scan the QR code that you see on your screen right now. So we'll leave this up, and then we're going to go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, keeping an eye out for more rain today.
Yes, I look at it like this. It's like playing the lottery. You know when you buy a scratcher, you're like, I have the hope of winning. I'm going to spend $1 and I might just win the lottery. That's kind of what today is like. It's a 40% chance. You got to play to win. And some of us might win, but a lot of us won't. You'll scratch it off and you'll be like, I'm going to throw it away.
Yeah, but we're crossing our fingers at the same time.
I just want to set those expectations because sometimes people hear the word rain and they say, you guaranteed it was going to rain. We didn't get a drop. Well, it's a 40% chance today, which means that there's a 60% chance it's not going to rain. It's kind of funny, isn't it, to think about these percentages. When do you ever use that in life? It's not like when your wife says, oh yeah, go fold the laundry. Okay, honey, there's a 60% chance I'll get to it. No, you just do it or you don't. But unfortunately, weather is a game of statistics. It's not a game of certainties. That said, we look at the beach right now, and we've got some overcast skies, breezy conditions, and onshore wind, and the possibility of intermittent showers through the day and a couple of downpours. Now, the thinking is that while everything's fairly quiet at this midday hour on Fox 35 Storm Tracker radar, with the heating of the day, we'll have a little bit more instability, and with a front that's parked overhead, it's just a stationary front. That's going to provide sort of a focal point for the chance for rain. So that chance exists. Mainly, it looks like early on across Volusia County, then transitioning southward into maybe Brevard County, perhaps Seminole County. It's going to be one of those days where a lot of communities don't see anything, but some communities, some towns could get an inch or two of rain. Certainly a possibility because whatever forms is going to move really slowly. So if it starts pouring, it may rain for a couple of hours, and that could lay down a quick inch or two of rain. We're going to see that threat through 3 o'clock around Orlando, and then we're going to watch some of these showers start to transition toward the west coast, toward Tampa, where if it interacts with a Gulf sea breeze, could result in a little bit of rain for the Tampa Bay region. They really need the rain. We all do. That's why we're all gunning for the rain. Temperatures, though, are in the mid-70s. We're going to top out today in the upper 70s. We're going to see that happen about 3. That's just about where we should be this time of year. Our average high is 79 to 80 degrees. We've got about a 40% chance of rain. So out on the motorcycle, you may run into a little bit of wet road. Even if it's dry where you are, if you're on a long enough ride, chances are you'll have to drive through a little bit of rain. So be careful out there, of course. 82 the high today in Bushnell, 75 at Daytona Beach. Cooler on the water thanks to the onshore flow. Now, we've got some changes ahead as high pressure moves in for the first week of April. That's going to set the stage for some warmer than normal weather. So instead of highs close to 80, it'll be closer to 90 on many days in April. Of course, that's to be expected. Things start to warm up, but this is the same weather system that brought that really hot weather to the southwest, resulting in record-breaking heat for the month of March nationwide. Yuma, Arizona recording 112 degrees last week. That was the warmest temperature ever observed for the month of March. And that system's going to come our way, so inevitably we'll see warmer than normal weather. But it's also going to open up the floodgates for some moisture coming out of the Caribbean, which promises a rainier pattern for the first 2 weeks of April. So we can cross our fingers for that. Now, we've got another front coming our way over the next 5 days. After the front today, it'll warm up back to the mid-80s on Friday, but then a cold front arrives on Saturday, and that's going to be a big wind maker. We could have wind gusts between 30 and 40 miles an hour Saturday afternoon into Saturday evening, bringing down a lot of branches and limbs. That'll ultimately usher in some much cooler weather for Sunday. Not great beach weather, not good boating weather. It'll be choppy, if not dangerous, out on the waters. And it's going to be sweatshirt weather as well by Sunday with that wind blowing and a high of 75 degrees. All right, here's a look at the 7-day forecast. We'll have mid-80s Friday ahead of that next cold front, and then we'll quickly moderate back to the 80s for the middle of next week. So it's kind of an up and down. Highest rain chances will be today, and it's a modest chance at that. Bottom line is that there's not much hope of drought recovery in the next 7 days, but maybe as we head into April, we'll start to see our fortunes change just a little bit. But Garrett, it's really not until June that we get into the rainy season. And this year, we may be settling into a strong El Nino, which typically is associated with more rain, but not till fall or winter. It can actually produce a drier summer because it reduces our tropical impacts here in Florida. The chance of getting a hurricane or a tropical system go way down, and even those afternoon thunderstorms can't be relied upon as heavily.
Really?
So we may see this drought, if that happens, persisting into the summer, and maybe not until fall and winter that we see some recovery.
Wow.
So it's going to be a weird year.
Yeah, it sounds like it. I mean, it's good to hear that we have less chance of tropical systems. Right. That I think is welcome news to hear. But those daily storms and rain chances, we kind of need those.
And we count on
especially coming off of a year where we are in such a big hole when it comes to the moisture.
So true. We're in the biggest drought now in over 25 years, so it's only going to make it worse. Now, we don't want to let our guard down because it's been previously we've had El Nino years where we do get hurricanes. They're rare, but a case in point would be Hurricane Andrew. Now, that was the A storm, so it was the first named storm. Didn't happen until like late August. So think about that. Sometimes we'll get named storms in April or May. So it really was an El Nino year. That was 1992. But Hurricane Andrew ultimately hit Florida as a Cat 5 hurricane. So don't let your guard down,
Right.
but at least the statistical chance is lower. Kind of like our rain chances today.
Okay. Well, yeah. So grab those lottery tickets to
Yes.
circle back to that original metaphor.
We joke, but if you see me rolling in a red Ferrari, you knew my chance came up.
There you go. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Brooks Garner. Thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thanks, Garrett.
And as we approach this noon hour, we'll give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando. Also, let me give you a live look at Inter&Co Stadium, home of Orlando City SC, making a big splash with a new signing this week. And we're going to talk all about what that means for the team coming up in just a couple of minutes. We're talking about the signing of Antoine Griezmann, set to join Orlando City SC. What does that mean? We're going to talk with the Orlando Sentinel's writer about that, who covers Orlando City and the Orlando Pride. And let's go ahead and give you another live look at the Artemis 2 on the launch pad, because we know that launch coming up in about a week, hopefully. As soon as April 1st, we'll be keeping an eye out for that. But our big question of the day, following up on NASA's plans for a moon base, how would you feel about that? Would you volunteer for a 6-month shift? Go to fox35orlando.com/vote. Scan the QR code that you see on your screen. We want to know what you think. You can also drop us a line in the chat if you're watching on YouTube or on Facebook, and let us know how you feel about that. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday. It is noon. Let's give you a live look at Orlando City SC's home stadium, Inter&Co. Beautiful view of that facility there, and big news this week for Orlando City's soccer team with the announcing the signing of Antoine Griezmann, who is set to join the club. So what does this mean for the team, and what does he add to the Lions? We're going to talk about that. Pleased to bring in Kyle Foley, Orlando City SC beat writer with the Orlando Sentinel. Kyle, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, happy to be here.
So first of all, just for those who may not be familiar with Antoine Griezmann, what should we know about him and signing with Orlando City?
I think first and foremost, he's a World Cup winner. He won the 2018 World Cup with France, was one of their best players in that tournament. Also reached the final with them again in 2022. It had been an important player for them before he retired from the international stage in 2024. And then he's been with Atletico Madrid, one of Spain's top 3 clubs, for the better part of a decade. He spent a little bit of time with Barcelona, another really well-known club. He's an elite player. He's a world-class player, even at 35. So for him to be making the decision to come to Orlando is huge for the club.
What do we know about what this deal looks like?
So it looks like he'll be about the 3rd highest paid player in the league behind Lionel Messi and Heung-min Son at LAFC. He'll be signed through next season. They're shifting the calendar, so he'll be here for the sprint season in the spring, and then the full season in 2027 and 2028, and then he'll have an optional year after that as well. So it looks like it'll be about 2 years at a minimum, and then obviously they'll reconvene from there.
So I mean, this is a big deal. Why do you think he would pick Orlando?
Well, when he talked about it in the press release that they put and in what's been on social media, it seems like he's excited about the project that's been building. Ricardo Moreira took over as GM midway through last season after Luis Muzzi left, and there's been a lot of questions over kind of the direction of the club. They've not looked good in the beginning of the year. Lost 5-0 to Nashville in their last game. So there's been a lot of question marks over how this club is going to rebuild and recover and get back to fighting for championships. And I think he was really enticed by the prospect. There's a lot of young players with plenty of potential at this club. There are some good young attacking players with Orlando City B, but there's also some really good young players. Martino Ojeda is only 25 as another designated player. So there's a lot of potential here, and I think he feels like he can come in and unlock that.
What does he add to this team that they need?
So the 2 biggest things, obviously his flexibility, can play anywhere across the line. He can play up top as a striker. He can play on the wing. He can play back as a number 10 attacking midfielder to kind of link up the attacking play. So there's so many ways that he can contribute, kind of a plug and play player throughout his career. He also is a leader. He's a very vocal player, speaks Spanish fluently, speaks French fluently, obviously speaks English. So he's able to communicate with all the different players from different backgrounds here. So he's going to be both on the field, he's going to be an important player in the attack, in scoring and assisting, but he's also going to be really important he's won at the highest level. So he can bring that experience to these players and help galvanize the team as they look to get to that level here in Major League Soccer.
You talked about kind of the future of this team. We know they just recently underwent a coaching change. We've got an interim head coach. Having someone like Antoine Griezmann signed certainly makes the job for the job listing a little more appealing, does it not?
Yeah, Martin Perlman is currently the interim coach, and I know they really like him there. He was the coach of OCB and had some success there. I think internally the hope is that he can do enough to win the job, but if he doesn't, this is what coach wouldn't want to come coach a team with a player like Antoine Griezmann and with a lot of the young players that this club has. It definitely makes the job a lot more enticing, for sure.
And so what can we expect to see from Antoine Griezmann on the field? What makes him so exciting and such a playmaker to watch?
He's just so good with the ball at his feet and finding a way into the back of the net no matter where he's at. He's not a very tall player, but he has the ability to get up and get his head on ball, and he scores goals. That's what Orlando City has needed so far this season. Defensively, they've been a little weak as well, but you also have to score goals, and he is so good at that at every level. He's Atletico Madrid's all-time leading goal scorer. It's going to be really, I won't say easy because I don't think Major League Soccer is easy necessarily, but we've seen the impact that these high-level international players have when they come over, and there's no reason to doubt that he won't be able to come in and immediately start contributing with goals.
How do you think he will help with this team? Do you think that he's going to provide the spark? I know we talked about what we can expect to see from him, kind of the areas of this team that he's going to improve. Do you think it's going to give this team kind of that needed spark to reach that next level?
Yeah, I think just the signing alone is going to make an impact. These players who might be a little down on themselves after recent results, it's got to be a big boost of the confidence to know that a World Cup winner wants to come play with you, wants to come be a part of this. And then when he's here, his ability and like I mentioned, his leadership, those are things that are going to really pick up these younger players as they continue to improve and motivate them to have a more successful second half of the season than they've had so far.
All right. Last thing here, just what's the bottom line? What should people keep in mind as we get excited for this?
I would just say it's going to really make this attack explosive. It's going to be really, really important for the club. It's going to be fun to watch. So if you're around to come to an Orlando City game, you're certainly going to see it. His first game will be late July. It's first he's eligible for, at least barring all of the paperwork clearances. But it's going to really change the way this team plays. It's going to be explosive and exciting, and I can't wait to watch it myself. And I think fans should be really excited.
Good stuff. Kyle Foley, Orlando City SC beat writer with the Orlando Sentinel. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
And as we go to break, going to give you a live look right now at Inter & Co Stadium. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35. Not on Fox 35 TV. That's what I get for only half paying attention. I was trying to do multiple things, as I often do. If you could see all these buttons I've got going on over here. But what I'm trying to show you is give you a live look at the White House. And here it is. Live look at the White House, because in about an hour or so, we're going to have a live press briefing from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt that we will bring to you live. So stay tuned for that coming up in just a little bit. But a little closer to home right now, and we're following some politics news out of South Florida. And this is following up on a couple of the special elections that we previewed yesterday and talking with Gary Fineout at Politico. Democrats actually flipped two seats in the Florida legislature last night. So these are, one of them was a state House seat, one of them a state Senate seat, previously held by Republicans, but Democrats turned them blue. And the one that is really getting a lot of attention is out of Palm Beach County, where Emily Gregory beat John Maples in that State House District 87 race by 2 points. That is a district that, as I said, in Palm Beach County, and includes Mar-a-Lago, which is the Florida home of President Trump, his a club there as well. President Trump had also endorsed John Maples in that race. This is, like I said, getting a lot of attention across the country in various media outlets. And we heard earlier today from Florida Democratic Party Chair Nikki Fried, who held a virtual news conference earlier today alongside Emily Gregory, who is now a state representative-elect. Here's what they said, some of their opening remarks in that news conference after that big win for South Florida Democrats.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's so nice to see you all jumping on this morning. I feel like there was some news that happened in Florida last night. Look, the pendulum swings in both directions. You've all heard me talk about that. And last night, it has swung hard here in the state of Florida. Emily Gregory ran a campaign focused on the people of House District 87 and the affordability crisis here in our state, and defeated Donald Trump in his own backyard. This race wasn't meant to be close. Democrats are always outmatched in dollars and haven't held this seat in a century. The president won this district by 11 points in 2024, and the last Republican to hold the seat won it by 19 points. Trump not only endorsed our opponent, but went as far as voting by mail, which he believes should be illegal to cast his ballot. But the Florida Democratic Party leaned in, from partners in the House caucus to Emily's own campaign to local volunteers on the ground. We were able to effectively deploy resources to deliver a genuine grassroots victory that sent shockwaves across the entire nation, proving once again that Florida is worth fighting for. In 2024, Floridians voted to break the system. Today, Floridians everywhere are feeling the strain of rising prices, fueled by Trump's chaos and years of corruption from Washington to Tallahassee. Florida's House and Senate Democrats spent all of this year's legislative session fighting for an affordability agenda, and Republicans failed to even pass a state budget. Democrats have also proposed that the governor suspend the gas tax to provide needed relief to Florida's families, which, of course, Ron flat out refused to do. So, as Representative Gregory prepares to travel to Tallahassee for a legislative special session on congressional redistricting, my message to Republicans is this: your district is in danger. Since the special elections in Florida's 1st and 6th congressional districts last year that saw 20-point swings left in Florida's reddest counties, Republicans nationwide have been scrambling to redraw our maps and rewrite the rules to defend their slim majority in Congress, redistricting in red states and trying to trick voters off the rolls with the SAVE Act. In Florida, the legislature just passed the Voter Purge Act, making voting harder for Floridians who can afford it the least: seniors, students, and workers. Republicans in Florida have already spent years rigging our electorate, making voters inactive and purging them from the rolls, making voter registration more difficult, and stealing $10 million from Medicaid to defeat citizen-led ballot initiatives. But even though Republicans are working overtime to suppress our votes, people across the nation are waking up to the news that in Florida, Democrats flipped 2 deeply red state legislative districts. And while Democrats are still in the super minority in Tallahassee, I hope that the legislature returns for the governor's call to illegally redraw districts mid-decade. Florida Republicans remember this feeling of this moment. Voters are tired of one-party rule and attempts to steal their votes. They are tired of the skyrocketing costs and the chaos in the news. This year, they're voting for trusted leaders like Emily to steady the ship. Throughout 2025, Florida Democrats overperformed in 9 special elections throughout our entire state. Last night's victory reiterates the undeniable trend in Florida. Infrastructure investment and year-round voter contact works, and candidate quality and the genuineness of our candidates matter. In 2023, Florida Democratic Party has invested in volunteer infrastructure and candidate support. And with recent flips in the city of Boca and last night's win in House District 87, we are showing the world that Florida Democrats are ready to compete everywhere. And if we can win in Donald Trump's backyard, we can win anywhere. And so with that, I would like to formally introduce our newly elected state representative, Emily Gregory.
Yay. Thank you, Nikki. Thank you so much. I am so honored and humbled, and it's been an amazing 24 hours. Not a lot of people thought this was possible, but myself and my family, we believed we deserved better in our area and our representation, and we believed our community deserved a leader that was willing to go to Tallahassee and fight for them with no other agenda than to lower costs and to solve the issues in the affordability crisis that's affecting all of us. We're a normal family, my husband, my 3 children. We work hard, and we want the same things that the rest of our neighbors do. We want security. We want a path to prosperity and the American dream. And we, just like all of our neighbors, are being strangled by the rising cost of goods, by skyrocketing property insurance, by, the expenses and lack of access in healthcare, and so many of our neighbors losing their health insurance due to the ACA tax credits lapsing. And I just wanted to see what it would be like, and if we could try a different voice, a voice that was willing to fight against special interests and to fight for Florida families, no matter what your family looks like, whether that's a big extended family like mine or friends that are family. We all deserve to have those things that, I just touched on, that security, that peace of mind, and to not feel like you're being absolutely squeezed from every angle. The last thing that Floridians that are already struggling to get by needed was $4 gas. And that's just an example of where the priorities at every level, state and national, are right now. And I feel so energized, so excited to be that different voice that the voters in District 87 voted for yesterday, and to be part of this change, because I think change is coming and we deserve it.
Emily Gregory speaking earlier there. They also took some questions. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus and then get back to a little bit more of that. But give you a live look right now in Tallahassee. We'll be right back here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We're continuing to talk about these special elections across the state of Florida, including a couple of them. One of them, a state Senate district 14 in the Tampa area. It's a district that is actually Jake Collins' old seat, the state Senate seat that he vacated when he became lieutenant governor, where a Democrat, Brian Nathan, defeated former state representative Josie Tomko in that seat. That race very well could be heading toward a recount because of how close it is. But one that we're also keeping an eye on today, Emily Gregory beating John Maples in a state house district down in Palm Beach County that includes Mar-a-Lago. So those are two districts in the state house, or excuse me, in the state legislature that Democrats flipped last night in the special elections. And so these are things that are getting a lot of attention today. Nikki Fried, the chair of the Florida Democratic Party, Emily Gregory, the state representative-elect from that House District 87. They held a virtual news conference earlier. Just a couple of minutes ago, we heard their initial remarks. I want to go ahead and get you now as they take some questions from reporters.
With Action News. Jax here. Question here, Freed. I was looking at Northeast Florida districts that went by, 20 points or less in the last few elections. Looks like CD4, obviously CD6, as well as Wyman Duggan and Jessica Baker's seats. Do you believe that there are opportunities to flip seats in Northeast Florida in November?
I think there's opportunities all throughout our state. Look, the people of our state are so frustrated. They're frustrated that we've had 30 years of one party control, and look what's happening. They left Tallahassee without focusing on the number one issue, facing Floridians, and that's the unaffordability crisis. They have seen the games that are coming out of Tallahassee. They see the corruption. They see the stealing of money, of Medicaid dollars. They saw that the governor was about to strip HIV/AIDS medication, just the corruption and chaos out of Tallahassee. And then we have incredible candidates all across our state, from first responders to military families and veterans, and just everyday working families who are so frustrated with this moment in our state, in our country, that are stepping up. And you see from the results all across our state, talking about, again, last year, CD1 and CD6 moving the needle left 18 and 22 points respectively. People are seeing this and they are tired. They're tired of the chaos, and they just want good people to represent them, people that are genuine, that care about them, that care about putting their families first, and going to Tallahassee or going to Washington, D.C. and fighting for them, for the opportunities of the American dream, whatever that dream looks like for you and your family. And so I do think that we are getting incredible candidates who are heeding this moment like Emily did, and say, we deserve better. We deserve people who are willing to fight for my family. And if it's not them, it's going to be me. And so that's what we're seeing candidates all across our state doing. They're understanding that the moment, and that we have an opportunity to truly showcase what it means to have representation that puts the people first.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, this is Claire at Miami Herald. I think we've seen Democrats, overperform in special elections and then not necessarily be able to carry that to the general election. So, looking at Tom Keene, for example, 2 years ago, what's the plan to make sure that doesn't happen again to Emily Gregory in November?
Well, it's very simple. The infrastructure building that the state party has done for the last few years is to make sure that not only we win these special elections, not only are we going to win in 2026 when the temperature is so high right now, but to make sure that the infrastructure is in place for 26, for 28, 30, and beyond. And that's what we have been really focusing on the last few years, is building that infrastructure at the local level, how we organize and coordinate with our candidates and our down ballot candidates. So that's where the difference comes into place. It is not only the temperature of this moment, the quality of our candidates, but the infrastructure that is being built not only at the state party, but our sister organizations, and that we're doing it collaboratively. This is the first time that I've been engaged at this level, that there are people rolling up their sleeves, putting the egos aside, and understanding that we got to do this together.
Tristan Wood with WFSU here. What is the most useful way for voters in your party to help contribute to the momentum you're seeing from this win?
There's a lots of ways, and I talk about it all the time. This is going to continue being a grassroots build from the bottom up. So for anybody who is inspired by this moment, inspired by the wins, frustrated at the gas prices and the grocery stores, how you get involved right now is very simple. We have calls to action weekly, weekends. If you're not wanting to run for office yourself, find a candidate that inspires you, willingness to volunteer for them, volunteer at the local level. Each one of our local parties are constantly recruiting new volunteers. Last year alone, we recruited almost 8,000 new volunteers into the state party apparatus. There's so much work that needs to get done. All hands on deck. If you like phone banking, we've got phone banking opportunities. If you like knocking on doors, we've got canvassing opportunities. We've got postcard writing opportunities. I mean, it is the whole gamut, and it is not just right before an election. That is what the Pendulum program is. It is year-round, consistent, statewide organizing, and there are incredible opportunities for people who are listening or just inspired by these moments of wanting to get involved. And go on to floridadems.org, which has all of the incredible information about running for office. Of course, I will be remiss to ever say or give a couple dollars to the state party to make sure that we've got the resources necessary to support incredible candidates like Emily.
This is Gary Find Out. Can I ask a quick question? Have you heard anything this morning from those national groups? I mean, the issue is, of course, the last two cycles is you've had a lot of national Democrats sit on the sidelines and not help you out. And I just want to know, can you get something out of this election and the series of elections that's going to convince these national groups to actually put in money in, especially in the statewide races?
Yes, we have been in constant communication with a lot of our sister organizations, a lot of the organizations on a national level that had been, respectfully pulled out of the state of Florida over the last couple of cycles. They are inspired by the work that we've been doing in the last year. These wins, even from in December from Miami to the wins in Boca, flipping the Fort Pierce city, they're seeing last year that we flipped 17 seats. That is a compelling story if something is happening here in our state. And so, yes, I spoke to Chair Martin last night and numerous others, national organizations, including our statewide candidates today who are on phone banking of donors today. So we do think, based on this, that there is energy that's coming from our statewides, and that they are seeing the wins at the local levels, and they're inspired by the infrastructure that is being built here.
This is Tiago with Time Magazine. If I could direct my question to Emily, I wanted to ask Emily about your thoughts on redistricting. As mentioned before, Nikki mentioned it here before, but also want to get your thoughts. And also just a very quick second question, just about, I know at the state level, there isn't much that Emily could do about the Iran war, but as an Army wife, I just wanted to get her thoughts on the war and what she thinks about it as well. Thank you both.
Yeah, so on redistricting, I'm opposed. Any calls to redistrict before the midterms is a direct call from the president's call to gerrymander in favor of Republicans. The overwhelming majority of Floridians made partisan gerrymandering illegal in 2010 with the Fair Districts Amendment. So constitutionally, it's illegal. We know the voters don't want this, and this is another example of the state legislature not listening to the people they represent. So I will do everything in my power to fight it. It's a complete power grab before the midterms, or an attempt at one. And secondly, as you mentioned, the Iran war and foreign policy is outside the scope of the State House. As my husband is still serving in the reserves. He was active duty for many years, but he is currently in the reserves. Yes, we are opposed to forever wars that have no justification, that's been given to the American people, cost $1 billion plus a day, and impacts us personally. So we are concerned, as we're concerned for all of the troops in harm's way, and we pray for all of the members of the armed forces and their families.
Thank you.
It looks like we have a question in the comments. One from David Chen. Do you think, Chair, are you optimistic the Democrats will be able to flip enough seats in Tallahassee to break the supermajority in either chamber in 2026 or in the long term?
You know, we put together a plan for 10 years out. You know, that's how we operate. We want to make sure that by the time we get to redistricting, which actual legal redistricting, that we are in fact out of the super minority. And so we're going to continue to put boots on the ground, get incredible candidates in these positions and run it. And we are certainly going to put every opportunity out there. And I do think that in this election cycle, because of the infrastructure, because of the incredible candidates, because of the issues and the frustrations of the American people and the people of our state, I do believe that there is a heightened opportunity this election cycle to pick up a lot of wins that would have been unexpected just a couple of years ago. So I'm pretty bullish and optimistic. And even going to the previous conversation regarding the congressional redistricting, we've got incredible congressional candidates all the way over our state, even in areas that would be more historically red and rural. We certainly have incredible candidates there. And I just believe that the Republicans in our state have overplayed their hands on every issue, from education to the environment, to voting, to culture wars, and have done nothing for the things that actually impact the people. And so I do think that the Floridians are frustrated. And as long as we stay on message about the things that we can solve for them, and that we are going to be putting great candidates into office that are going to fight for the people, I think that you're going to be surprised by a lot of seats that get flipped in this cycle.
Awesome, Chair. And one more question coming over from Eric Glasser at 10 Tampa Bay. Eric wanted to know if you had any comments about our incredible victory, the unexpected shock of the night that we saw over in SD 14 with Brian Nathan, a veteran and union worker and union leader, overtaking the seat formerly held by Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins.
I think Whitney just answered the whole question. No, I think that, you know, again, as I talked about at the top of this call, it's a lot of it is about quality of our candidates. Brian is genuine, hard worker, union leader, veteran. And, you know, and he just rolled up his sleeves and they all got to work. And I think that what is remarkable is the type of resources that was being used on the Republican side. It was a 10-to-1 split. The Republican opponent, who also didn't live in the district, that spent millions of dollars, had professional staff everywhere, and the people rejected that. They wanted somebody who's just going to show up for them, who's genuine, who is somebody who they can relate to. And that was what Brian brought to the table, is that he is just like everybody else. He's just like one of us. He's somebody who gets up every day, who puts on one shoe at a time, goes to work, fights for his union, fights for the people in his community. And I think that showed in the election results last night, that the quality of a candidate matters. The type of person and the connection on issues matters. And that's when you saw that victory in SD14 last night.
Perfect. And then we have one more question from Douglas Sewell. It's towards Representative Gregory. I don't know that we have an answer for this yet. Do we have a swearing-in date?
No, I have a lot of emails to dig through, but it's on the to-do list for today to figure out what comes next in the timeline.
Awesome. As soon as we know, we will let you all know. Are there any other questions that we have out there?
I have a question. This is Dara Cam with State Affairs. Hi, Chair. Thanks for doing this. You did touch on this, but I don't think we can really underplay the ferocity with which the Republican leadership in the House and Senate will come at these two candidates in November. Can you address that?
Sure.
Including like the money angle.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen now the last couple of years, not just here in Florida, but across the country, money is not working anymore. Sure, we certainly don't want to be outspent 10-to-1. Emily did a great job of fundraising and making sure that the numbers were pretty consistent and wasn't completely outspent. I think it was 2 or 3-to-1. But I think at the end of the day, the amount of money that was spent in the Republican SD14 race, you saw how much Elon lodged in the Wisconsin and Pennsylvania Supreme Court races. You have just seen a lot of Republican dollars in 25 and 26 that have been spent in all of these Senate races. Look what happened in Texas. You know, the Texas state Senate seat flipped too. Everywhere you're seeing Democrats flipping seats, you have seen a tremendous overspending from Republicans. It's not working. The people of this country are waking up that they want to feel a campaign. They want to be the genuineness. You saw that in New Jersey. You saw that in Virginia. You saw that in New York City. People want the genuineness. And if the candidate is just being propped up by money from the Republican Party, that is not connecting with voters. And so that's why our year-round organizing model is so, so important, because it means that we're going into our local communities all year round, making those relationships, those contacts, regaining the trust of our voters. And so no matter how much money gets spent, I do think that we are going to have the right resources. We're going to have the right candidates. And with us on message and people being frustrated, this is going to be a perfect storm here in Florida.
Hiya. Also, if I may just have one last question, if nobody else has a question as well. Again, Tiago with the Time Magazine, and thank you all for your time. I just wanted to ask Emily again. I know you've been asked this before, but I just want to get to know your thoughts on having President Trump as one of your constituents officially, and what it means for you, and whether you'd be open to have conversations with him, or even what your message would be to him now as you are his representative.
Yeah, so I would always be open to having a conversation. I'm open to having a conversation with anyone at any time, really, about most anything. And my thoughts on my most famous constituent is that I will work as hard for every single one of the 180,000 constituents in District 87 and not elevate anyone over the rest. So the things that work for all Florida families, lowering property insurance, expanding healthcare, and strengthening our public schools, that is what I'm focused on. And I would be happy to have a conversation with any of my constituents.
Thank you.
Hey, it's Jake again. Wanted to kind of hammer down on that first question I had. Are there any particular seats in Northeast Florida you view as vulnerable, and just in general, is Northeast Florida going to be sort of a priority area in November for Democrats?
Sure. First off, we look at a couple of things too. We look at the fact that we have to protect Donna in 27. So we are constantly building that infrastructure in Duval and surrounding area. And so that's first off. And so we do know that we have to make sure that we are running up the scoreboard in 26 to protect Donna in 27. And we have, both. I mean, look at the seats. Look at those congressional races. You've got, Randy Fine, who's holding a seat for just temporarily, because, we've got incredible candidates that are running, and even in that seat, we know that he's got a Republican primary that was going to actually make a run for his own money. And so even in that seat, we find that there is opportunity. And CD4 is only an R plus, 5, 6, and you keep going down that East Coast and part of the state. And so I do believe that there's going to be a significant amount of opportunities in the Northeast. Look, and you know this, Jake, I won Duval. It is blue. And it's just about making sure the right candidates are there to organize on the ground. Everything is possible in all parts of our state, but especially in the Northeast. And you even move a little bit further down to Clay County, where I have been to numerous times in the last couple of years. There's frustrations with the extremism that has come into the local party apparatus. So there's some frustrations on the Republican side that is, again, giving us opportunities with great candidates, great infrastructure, and putting in the work. People across our state are frustrated. So I do think that the Northeast will continue to be a priority for us.
All right. And then we have one last question in the comments from Steve down in South Florida, right there in district. Are there any questions, Chair, if you want to speak to any concern that the House or the Senate may delay the swearing in until after special sessions? And what are your thoughts on what that would mean for democracy here in Florida?
Well, that would mean democracy is dead. if that happens. Emily won decisively, as did Brian. And so we will, if Ron DeSantis tries to play this, or the legislature tries to play the same game that was played in Washington, D.C., you will see a very forceful Florida Democratic Party coming out to make sure that democracy is protected, and that these 2 seats that did not have representation during regular session because he withheld calling these special elections, we are going to make sure that they are sat before any special sessions in this cycle. And if lawsuits have to happen, we will be prepared to sue.
We are tracking breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon, learning that a man with a hatchet shot and killed by police in Fruitland Park. This happened early this morning around 2:30. We're just getting a confirmation of this from officials there in Fruitland Park. Let me give you an idea. This is a look at Google Maps of that area. East Mirror Lake Drive is where this happened. Officers had responded to the scene after the suspect first crashed his truck into the front of a house there on East Mirror Lake Drive that you see running off Citrus Boulevard in Fruitland Park. When officers responded, they said the man had a hatchet, refused to drop that hatchet, and then ended up trying to reach for a gun as well. Fruitland Park police tell us the officer then fired and shot him, and that suspect later died. No officers were hurt. We don't know the name of the suspect yet. Again, this happened around 2:30 this morning. We have a crew heading to that area, hoping to speak with police. And in the next little bit, and when they do, we will bring that to you live. So again, following this developing story out of Fruitland Park, where we just learned a man with a hatchet shot and killed by police, and we'll have more updates on that coming up in just a little bit. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. Again, just to follow up on the breaking news we brought you just a couple of minutes ago, we're working to learn more about this situation, what happened overnight in the early morning hours in Fruitland Park, where a suspect accused of driving a car into a house, then getting out, having a hatchet, refused to drop it, police say, then reached for a gun. So we're waiting for some more details on that, and hoping to hear from the police chief here in a little bit as well. And again, we will bring that to you live as that comes in. We are also standing by waiting for a White House press briefing this afternoon, scheduled to start around 1 o'clock. Those often run a little bit late, so we will keep our eyes peeled for that and bring you updates from the White House press briefing room when we get them as well. And let me also give you a live look at Port Canaveral right now on this Wednesday afternoon in Brevard County, where just a little bit ago at a meeting earlier today, Port Canaveral commissioners voted to end a proposal that would have sold some of their land to build a liquefied natural gas plant. There had been an uproar over that proposal and a lot of pushback from folks. Here's just a little bit of the conversation during that meeting earlier today as Port Authority commissioners decided to deny that proposal and not move forward with it.
At this time, I'd like to make a motion to find the 50-acre barge canal property as a strategic port property and should not be sold. I'd like to direct staff to reject the unsolicited offer for the sale and/or lease of the barge canal property for development and use as an LNG liquefaction plant.
Do we have a second to that motion?
Second.
Been moved in second. Discussion?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, actually, I do have quite a few comments to make on this before we have a vote, if you don't mind. First of all, you know, we're up here and we're trying to think this process through. It's not easy to come to this, you know, right away. So I have to bring in a lot of factors to consider this. I made a solo trip myself up to the Jax LNG facility. I did not go on the facility, but it was kind of a drive-by. And then I spoke with a homeowner that lived just to the north of that facility. I've read through, among other things, an environmental impact statement regarding another small LNG facility. In full disclosure, I worked in the electric and natural gas industry for 4 years, and which included working for a large natural gas company and as a consultant on mergers and acquisitions across the United States. I do believe that Chesapeake and Berkshire Hathaway are solid outfits based on my experience. You know, these are professionals. So I know, although there was some frustration, I recognize definitely among the residents particularly that some of the responses to inquiries were, for lack of a better word, opaque. The bottom line is that given the considerable size and location of the property, I'm not ready to sell it. So I'll agree with the motion. Not this year, in any way, whether it's LNG or any other purpose, because you're looking at, if we were to sell it, you're looking at least a 50-year window. You have to look through that kind of a lens. And this is a very large property, and it's you know, in the location, as I mentioned. If we were to take it off the port's hands completely. And I would need an adequate window of time to perform a deep dive on the various potential uses were we to sell it. As I considered the proposal, I did note that, as Captain Murray and Craig Langley pointed out, Port Canaveral has quickly become very crowded. And that steps to relieve these conditions through, for example, a space wharf to accommodate space-related vessels cannot be achieved for many years. That President Trump recently issued an executive order directing the development of a marine action plan, which calls on ports to help rebuild America's maritime industrial base, the activities of which could involve sizable federal grants to participants. That Florida will have a new governor and executive administration in a few months with their own vision and focus on ports, space administration, and transportation that cannot be appraised at this time. And that it would behoove us, the port that is, to get feedback from the Brevard legislative delegation and local government bodies before we decided on any future conveyance. Some might argue that to reject the sale of the property, the port would be foregoing over $11 million of revenue, potentially. However, the monetary value of the port property will actually increase over time were we to ever sell it. And then finally, in my review, I took into account the fact that the property being so close to residents, there would be stressors that could impact the local community, whether these stressors were psychological, health-related, or environmental. And property values could be negatively impacted as well. So, Mr. Chairman, those are my comments. I will agree to this motion, but I just wanted to make those comments. Thank you.
Any other comments? Hearing none, Chair. Chair will entertain a vote. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, the motion passes unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the CEO report. Captain Murray.
You heard much the applause. You saw the people in the yellow shirts cheering as that vote went down. There were many of them there for public comment. We heard from some of them speaking after this vote, expressing their appreciation. We'll hear more from them in just a minute. I'll play some of that for you as they express their thanks for the commission hearing their concerns and taking steps to address that. Right now, though, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. We're coming up on 1 o'clock. That's around when we expect a White House press briefing, so we'll be keeping our eyes peeled for White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Any minute now, going to be speaking amid the shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Obviously, the war in Iran. We'll see what else comes up when it comes to questions from reporters inside that room, and we will bring that to you live here on Fox Local, YouTube, and Facebook. We are also awaiting some more information from the police chief in Fruitland Park, talking about the officers shooting and killing a suspect with a hatchet, accused of driving into a home on street there, East Mirror Lake Drive in Fruitland Park. So we're waiting for more details on that any minute now, and we will bring that to you live as that comes in as well. Right now, though, I want to go ahead and get you back to that meeting in Port Canaveral earlier today. You saw the huge crowd of folks with the yellow T-shirts showing their opposition to the potential plans to build a liquefied natural gas plant on some land that the port was considering selling. They denied that proposal, rejected that proposal, shut that down earlier today in a unanimous vote. It's some of that conversation you heard just a couple of minutes ago. But then we heard from a number of folks who showed up there for public comments, talking about emotional in some ways, talking about what this means to them, why they are appreciative that the commission heard their concerns. Here's just a little bit of that public comment from that meeting earlier today.
We appreciate you being here. Didn't want to.
Yes, Diana Glens, resident of Merritt Island, and I'm still here. A lot of my neighbors left, but I thought it was important to just thank you guys for your time over the past several months with this LNG proposal. I was here in January and February, and I had a long speech, so long that I went over my 3 minutes. I'm not going to go over 3 minutes today, but I felt it was important to stay and show the respect to you guys because you respectfully took the time to carefully consider the proposal, and you guys did your research as well. So I just wanted to thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Elliter and Commissioners. My name is Phil Stasek. I am a resident of North Merritt Island, longtime resident, 32 years. I've been to a number of your meetings over that time, and I'll tell you what, you do run an impressive show here, and you do deserve our respect. Today, you made the right decision. One of the things I'd like to talk to you about just for a moment is the captain's burden. I'm a retired airline captain. I've flown airplanes for more than 50 years, 23 of those as an airline captain. And there is nothing like sitting in the seat knowing that you are the last decision maker. Each of you, each of the 5 of you are in that position. Essentially, we elect you to be the captains of our port. Each of you, in your own time, sits in the captain's seat, and you're held accountable for the decisions that you make. We've been here talking to you about the importance of this LNG proposal, but there are many decisions that you make on a regular basis. And ultimately, you, as individuals, are held responsible, for good or for bad. This issue is very, very important to our community. And one of the things that every captain has to decide are things that have to do with the safety of your passengers and your crew, as well as your ship. I know some of you actually have experience as captains. Those of you that don't, you understand it because you're sitting here today, put in a position to make these very, very tough decisions. I want to thank you for making the right decision in this case. The choice of placing a rocket fuel factory within 350 feet of a community is insane. It should never have been proposed. It should have never been brought to you. You didn't ask for it, but it was put in your lap. You did your due diligence. You satisfied the needs of the port, the fiscal analysis, the risk analysis, and you came to the right decision. And I hope that that decision holds. We're counting on you to make the right decision in the future. Remember, if you had said yes on that plant, you would have laid awake at night for the rest of your lives, hoping that nothing goes wrong. You'd be thinking about the little girl on the tricycle sitting out in her front porch, 350 feet away from this facility. As I told you previously, if there had been an accident, that little girl would have been the first one to arrive at the scene of the accident, and it would have been on you. So I want to say thank you today for serving as good stewards of our port, essentially the captains driving the ship. And I thank you again for making the right decision for no LNG on Merritt Island. Thank you again.
Let me just remind you that 3 minutes, but we're not gonna hold you totally to it, but.
I'm not even gonna be close to that, so good morning,
And what
Commissioner.
Bill said was great, all of it.
Yeah. My name's Heidi Ifland, and I just wanted to mirror what Diana said, and thank you all for your due diligence and your time. We do appreciate it. I'm glad that this has finally been put to rest, and I just wanted to say out respect to all of you, thank you. We appreciate it. I also wanted to let you know, in case you didn't know, Harbortown Marina sold in 2021, 24 acres for $28 million. So keep that in mind. 4.5 years ago.
Hey, my name's Sean Nicholson. I'm a resident of Merritt Island. I wasn't born here, so don't boo me. I came here obviously because of liquid natural gas. I was at the meeting last night. I was very impressed with the presentation from your guys who you got to put the workshop together. I wasn't quite as impressed with the LNG guys, but I thought your guys were excellent. I've always believed come with a solution, not with problems. So I'm going to present you with a problem that I saw and then a solution for it. Last year, when the beach replenishment project was going on, pipes were lined up along the channel before the bridge on the east side in front of Cape Marina. That channel was reduced by at least 30%. Barges were constantly coming in and out the whole time. As a boater and a fisherman, it was a hazard. It was very annoying. The water was always dirty. The fishing dropped right off. I came here, I retired here because it was such a beautiful place. The opposite side of the lock, on the west side, barges were also stored there. Pipes were also stored there. One of the things shown in that presentation last night was how you could reuse that land as warehousing and storage. I know it was going to cost $200 million or whatever it was, but I think that would be a lot safer, a lot environmentally cleaner way to use that land and to unrestrict the restrictions that were then put in that channel coming through in and out of the lock. I just basically wanted to thank you for your decision because that was great.
Thank you.
But I also want to, consider a look into that because as a boater, someone who retired here, because it is such a beautiful area. You guys don't know how lucky you are having this area. You probably do, but as an outsider coming in, God, this place is amazing. I really think you should look at that and look at reusing that land as some way of storing and keeping the channels open for getting in and out of the port for recreational, retired old guys like me. Thanks.
Captain.
Hello, everybody. My name is Captain Alex Garici, Merritt Island resident, lifelong Merritt Island resident. And, obviously I had a whole different spiel set up for today, but you guys made up the decision you made, and it was the correct decision. It does lead me to understand and realize that the decisions we make today affect us for years and years to come. Another decision you made today was supporting our commercial fishermen of the area, of which I get to take part in sometimes when I'm not too busy doing all this other stuff. To embrace what we have in this area as the soul of our area and not lose that. I know we're coming into the 10-year planning very soon. I would again love to see the citizens of the area be able to take part in that 10-year plan a little bit more than the 9 o'clock meetings allow us. Maybe a meet and greet or an after 5 meeting as you guys are coming through that planning and looking at the 10-year projections, just to get our idea. I know I said it time before, there does become an echo chamber in here. And when citizens aren't able to get your ear and talk to you, it does feel as though we're on the outside and not necessarily in the room with everybody. Really would appreciate the opportunity for a little more citizen involvement in that 10-year plan. You guys are doing a great job in many aspects of the port. There are some issues, we do love the fact that we have all this cruise stuff going on, but it does put immense strain on our infrastructure and our island, our roads and such like that. These are all things that we'd like to express, and it's a lot easier to do that if we have those opportunities at regular hours that people can attend. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your decision today. It was very much the right decision, and I thank you guys very much for allowing us to come in and basically invade a couple good meetings here. Not normally seen, I'm sure, for a few years. About 10 years ago, you guys saw a lot of yellow shirts in rooms, and it probably hasn't been that full since, but you know, we're citizens and we do want to take part in this stuff. It's just hard for a lot of people to do so. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Excuse me. Dave Creech, Merritt Island resident for 30 years. I applaud you, gentlemen, for making the right decision. The only decision to include the residents of Merritt Island into your port business and take in consideration that the impacts that would make, not only to Merritt Island, but to Cocoa Beach, Cape Canaveral, and whatever. Thank you. It was a great decision. I think that maybe there was a meeting after the meeting last night. That was pretty good. I agree with everything that you said, but I'm a 50-year veteran of chemical, hydrocarbon, and LNG gas. You have a problem, and you have a need, and I know you need that, and I know you know a lot more than I do about your needs and the schedule that you're going to have to meet. Can I just suggest to you, you separate your needs for you. That base, the launch facilities and everything. I did the ULA. ULA has all the LNG they need stored on site. That was the last project I did, and that was 2 years ago. I looked at the numbers that was published by the engineer. Unfortunately, there is part of that industry that had the opportunity to put their storage facility like ULA did out there. But my suggestion is you need to publish a schedule for what your LNG needs are. You just need a distribution system. I think you have room to put a tank farm. You got plenty of oil. You got plenty of other fuels here. And it's doable. With the right people, you can do it. You can continue what your business you're doing is great. Actually, it's too bad the port's as small as it is, but you would make it even bigger, and you do a great job. Once again, thank you for the decision. Just putting some thoughts in your mind. I don't know what else to tell you other than shop for yourselves and not for everyone else. It'll be a lot easier to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Samantha Branch, and I'm also from Merritt Island. I'm also the stepdaughter of a cost estimator from the Space Center and also a commercial fisherman. So in saying that, I can tell you, we care about our resources. We understand the footprint of the port. We appreciate having the park. But you also need to understand that as a community, we want Port Canaveral to have ties to us as well. We have the traffic coming through Merritt Island. We can barely get on the causeway. We're going to add more lanes in. Why not make the center lanes buses and fuel lanes just for the port? Why not invest the money for parking off-site on the mainland? Use the space that you had in your parking lots to put your LNG storage. That way it's in a security perimeter, and that way it's not 300 feet from somebody's house. I understand that you're going to have fuel needs, and I understand that you're going to need to do a new 10-year plan. If you don't want it in your footprint, just as we didn't want it in ours, there's no reason that it can't be put just inside the spaceport space where the pads have been retired and run a pipeline from there. Then it's in a secure facility where we all can monitor it and where it's a situation where it's not going to have a footprint that can grow larger than what they originally attained. Thank you for sitting on this board and thank you for hearing us, but please understand, every time that you take a restaurant away from the port or every time you minimize our footprint, it makes us wonder where we fit into this. We understand that you're here to make money, and we understand that you're doing quite well with all the cruise ships. They don't live here. We do. We want to support you. We want to vote for you, and we want you to have the positions that you hold. Please understand, we want to live here as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Teresa Miles. I am so excited, and I brought some of the vegetation from the land because it's right out my door practically. So I'll often drive over there, walk there, I talk to the birds and everything, and I pick these and I say, thank you, because this is providing us fresh, clean air, whereas the LNG plant wasn't going to provide us anything fresh or good. And we know that because they constantly said the word safety. If you have to say that, you know it's a volatile situation. You just know that. So all their paperwork said that. I had to bring this with me because I kept thinking about it. And when I invite people to my house, I don't say it's safe. And if it's not safe, I have responders here to maximize your safety. You know, I don't say that when I invite people to my house. You don't hear that at Walmart. You just don't. So when you hear those things, that's why, like Fritz said, we became a wreck, an emotional wreck, losing sleep, you know, about all the things that could happen. Plus, you Google and you can find everything. I've had 3 cracks on my windshield on 528 now. I have to replace my windshield again because of all the trucks that keep going to the port back and forth. You know that the traffic is super bad, and it's going to get worse if we bring more cruise ships in. I can't even get on 528, and we live here. When the man said yesterday about, well, there's so much noise on 528, you won't notice ours. I'm like, you'll just add more to it. So I'm like, anyway, so I just thank you so much for making that decision. I have so much more to do in my life, and I do love this place. You know, it's a beautiful place to think about it. You have time now to make a master plan or whatever you want to do. I thank you so much because your legacy to us is something perfect. And what did I want to say about this? The land, the birds, everything that's out there, maybe you can find something else, but I would hold on to it for a long time because you don't know. You can't get back land. As you said, you just can't get back that land. So thank you so much for all you did and changing your decisions to protect us. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Yes, quick opportunity consistent with my prior theme. I did speak with some members of the audience last night after the meeting and commended them and the group as a whole for their preparation, their research, their commitment to learning facts on their own. And I think I wish to emphasize again, many ports in this state are run by a group of appointees. They don't have the opportunity to elect, as you do, the folks to represent your interests here. So I wish to remind you to continue with your commitment to paying attention to what's happening in the legislature. Talk to your local House of Representatives, your local senator, and remain as mindful and committed as you are going forward.
Mr. Craig.
I have nothing.
Okay. I want to thank all of you that have shown up today and in the past to express your opinion, your thoughts, your ideas. That is important to us in making decisions. As Commissioner Marquez pointed out, we are elected. We don't do things just to appease people to get their votes. We try to make good, sound decisions, but we are responsible and answerable to you, and we appreciate all of you taking your time. These meetings we've had in the past when we're considering controversial issues, to show up, to express your thoughts, your ideas, so that we can hopefully make the right decision.
From the Port Canaveral Commission meeting earlier today, as they unanimously voted to reject that proposal to sell the land that was going to be used for a liquefied natural gas plant on that land. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still standing by for updates from Fruitland Park Police. We'll bring that to you when we get it. We're also waiting a White House press briefing. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Still awaiting an update from Fruitland Park Police on this man with a hatchet who was accused of crashing into a house and then refusing to drop the hatchet, accused of reaching for a gun, was shot by police. We are supposed to be speaking with the chief any minute now, and we'll bring that to you once we get that feed. We are also standing by for a White House press briefing that we expect to begin any minute now amid an ongoing war in Iran and shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Speaking of the Department of Homeland Security shutdown, let me give you a live look right now at Capitol Hill, where a House committee, the Homeland Security Committee, been holding a hearing for much of the day, looking at the impacts of the funding lapse when it comes to that Department of Homeland Security. Carlos Jimenez, a Republican congressman from Florida, is on that committee. He had the chance to ask some questions of the witnesses today, and here's how he used his time earlier today in that meeting.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez, for 5 minutes of questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to remind everybody just why we're here. We have passed a appropriation for DHS twice, I believe, in the House through Republican votes. We've sent it over to the Senate, and the only reason it hasn't passed is because the Democrats will not give us the 60 votes needed for closure. Period. That's it. And why? Why? Because the Democrats are kowtowing to their radical base. They just want to shut down ICE. And then, you know, that's it. And there's no off-ramp for this, by the way. They had an off-ramp. The off-ramp was when the president changed the head of DHS and put a new head of DHS. That was the perfect time for the off-ramp for this thing to be over. But they chose not to do that because they have radical ideas. They want ICE to be able only to arrest people at the border. Well, there's about 700,000 criminal illegal aliens right now in this country that need to be arrested and need to be deported. And so ICE has a lot of work to do, and they need to do it in order to protect America and the American public. That being said, Ms. McNeil, you mentioned that the upcoming FIFA World Cup is just months away, and it is just months away, and we're expecting millions and millions of people to come to the United States, and that TSA is already facing staffing shortages due to this prolonged shutdown. Given the attrition, the increased call-out rates, and the time it takes to train new officers, can you walk us through how a continued funding lapse would impact TSA's ability to effectively screen the surge of international and domestic travelers during an event that has the magnitude, and what specific risks that might pose to the American public?
Thank you, Congressman. As the shutdown drags on, we will likely see our attrition rates continue to spike, which means that we may not have the adequate headcount to staff the airports that are supporting the FIFA locations adequately. We are working to ensure that we are surging our national deployment force so that we have mobile teams to be able to cover down on these locations, and looking at our canine assets as well. But at a certain point, this is a numbers game. If you don't have enough headcount, you can't cover down on your operations. And the ongoing shutdown is also impacting our ability to procure and deploy technology, from checkpoint technology to some of our counter UAS technology, in advance of FIFA World Cup. So we're really running short on time here.
How many visitors do you expect come to the United States for FIFA?
We are estimating it's a wide-ranging number between 6 million and, from what I've heard, up to 10 million additional passengers on top of summer travel volumes already.
Well, those 6 to 10 million passengers, is that the net number, or because they'll be traveling from city to city? So are you going to be multiplying those 6 2, 3 times, or is that 6, 10 million total?
So those are additional passengers, and your point is very well taken, Congressman. I mean, they will be moving around the country as they go through their matches, and so right now we are also doing that planning to ensure that as teams go through the World Cup and they move from base camps to base camps, we will see those surges in those airports as well.
Fair enough. Admiral Allen, I'm deeply concerned about the impact that this is having on the workforce, especially the furlough of roughly 75% of your civilian specialists and the financial strain on service members. Given that recruitment and retention was already a challenge, how much long-term damage is being done to the Coast Guard's talent pipeline?
Sir, thank you for that question. When you look at the Coast Guard, this is a profession. This isn't a job. This is bringing in people for long-term to not only better our nation, but to provide a pivot in their life to provide things back. Right now, our attrition numbers are good, but they're looking at the other services who are being paid and know that they're going to be paid. We have the uncertainty of whether they're going to get paid paycheck to paycheck, and that is having a long-term uncertainty and readiness impact on our people.
Thank you, Admiral. Look, what's happening is not right. It's just not right, all right? And to drive a political point that really they can't drive because ICE is already funded. So that's why there's no off-ramp. ICE is already funded. What they want, they can't get. And so this is just political theater, and it's not right, and it's not right that the hardworking men and women that are protecting this country are suffering because of this, pure political play. And unfortunately, this lays right at the feet of the Democrats. They're the ones that refuse to fund DHS and the hardworking men and women that protect this country. And with that, I'll yield back.
As Carlos Jimenez in that hearing earlier today. Meanwhile, we are following breaking news. The verdict coming in on the social media trial from Southern California that it appears that Meta and YouTube were held liable for negligence in this social media addiction trial. Again, that's breaking news right now coming from Fox News following this case that has been closely watched across the country because of its potential implications. Let me give you a live look right now outside that the courthouse in Los Angeles. This is a case that the jury had been deliberating and potentially forcing a partial retrial if they didn't come to a verdict in this. The plaintiff was a 20-year-old from Southern California alleging that Meta and YouTube used what they've called engineered addiction to cause mental health harms. And again, Google and Meta, those are Meta, of course, being the parent company of Facebook. They have been found liable for negligence and also failure to warn. Those two counts in this civil case. This was a lawsuit that had been closely watched, and now a verdict read inside the courtroom just moments ago, with a jury awarding $3 million in damages in this landmark social media trial. So we're continuing to keep an eye on that. Obviously, very much a developing story as this verdict was read inside that courtroom just moments ago. So we're going to stay on top of that and bring you updates as we get them. Right now, though, we're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. And continuing to track several things here this afternoon. We just brought you that breaking news of the jury awarding $3 million in damages in that landmark social media trial, finding the parent companies of YouTube and Facebook liable for negligence in a case all about social media addiction. So that's big news that we'll continue to follow up on, keeping an eye out to see if if our feed outside the courtroom there gets any interviews as well. Speaking of interviews, we are still waiting to hear more about this Fruitland Park shooting where officers there shot a man who they say was holding a hatchet after crashing into a house, and that happened early this morning. We're still waiting for some more details, but I can show you some photos that we just received from Fruitland Park police. You can see the hatchet on the ground there with that evidence marker beside it. And so that was one of those images. I believe we've got another one here showing some of the other evidence as well in this case. But again, we're waiting to hear more from Fruitland Park police about what we know about this. This happened on the East Mirror Lake Drive early this morning around 2:30 or so. And so there's, there we go. There's the gun and the magazine that investigators say that man was reaching for. So we're hoping to bring you more details on that here in the next few minutes. We are also standing by waiting for the start of a White House press briefing with Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, who's going to be speaking any minute now amid the ongoing war in Iran and a number of other issues that I'm sure she will address and be asked about today. So those are just some of the things we are keeping an eye on as we now pass the bottom of the hour here, 1 o'clock on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. Now, I do want to direct your attention to something that happened in a news conference earlier today on Capitol Hill. This is the a weekly briefing that the House Speaker and the other Republican leaders of the House hold. So Mike Johnson, a number of others who spoke and talked about a number of things, the ongoing shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security, some other things as well. One of the things they were asked about, though, in this news conference was the special election results in Florida that we talked about earlier, where Democrats have flipped two previously red districts, one of them being the state House district in Palm Beach County that includes the home of the president, Mar-a-Lago. So Mike Johnson asked about that, also asked about President Trump voting by mail in that special election, something that he has spoken out against, and in fact recently calling it mail-in cheating instead of mail-in voting. So here is the House Speaker's comments on that just a little bit ago.
Right, front row.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Lindsey Graham put out a statement this morning saying that he has consulted with the president and that he plans to move expeditiously on reconciliation, that the second package will deal with funding Homeland, supporting the military, and addressing voter integrity. Do you think that's feasible, and have you, Chair Arrington, had any conversations with Senator Graham?
I talked to Senator Graham last night, and not specifically about this, but other matters. But I'm glad to know the Senate is interested in Reconciliation 2.0. As you know, I have been a broken record. We need to do that. It's an important legislative tool. We already had a set of priorities that we're working on in the House, and it is possible that the defense supplemental will be a part of that package, but we don't yet have the details. And I know you all have a lot of questions this morning about what the number is going to be requested, and so do I. We haven't gotten that yet. I think they're tabulating that. I think the Department of War and OMB and the administration are working that out, and I suspect we'll get a specific request. You know, that's how the process works. And then when we get that, we will go through our processes here to review that and look at it and check its feasibility and all of that. But it may be, sadly, and I would say this, it may, and it would be a sad outcome, that we would have to get a military funding bill done with only Republican votes. That's what the reconciliation package would allow. It's quite sad and really shocking and dangerous Again, Democrats with their crazy policies. They have Trump derangement syndrome. They would not even, I don't even think they would agree to vote on a bill that would simply restock our munitions. We've used some of those, as you know, in Operation Epic Fury. And we've got to do that. It's a necessity. The first job of the federal government is to protect the people. But Democrats, I don't think we can count on their votes to do the simple, basic responsibility of Congress. And so it is part of reconciliation, probably, and we'll see. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, good morning.
You next.
On
Let Chad go first.
On the government shutdown, Mr. Speaker, it seems as though Republicans and Democrats are talking past one another right now. Is the only person who could solve this the President of the United States, and why isn't he involved?
Well, I think he is involved. I mean, I know he had a group of...
He knocked down the plan yesterday.
Well, that's what's been reported, okay? He brought some...
He said that in the Oval Office, that he was not pleased with that.
Well, I actually have his exact quote somewhere. I think he said that, to paraphrase him, I think he said he's a little skeptical or cynical that a deal's going to come together. What we're hearing, okay, in our chamber is that there's discussions going on that Democrats are demanding to break off parts of Homeland and fund it separately. I so appreciate Congressman Siscomani. As he noted, he was in charge of the Homeland bill as it's in its earliest stages coming through the House, and it was a bipartisan bill. Remember, the Democrats agreed with all that. They understood. It's one of the 12 appropriations bills in their annual appropriations packages, and we always have Homeland funded as an entire department. There's obvious reasons for that. It's very important. I don't think we need to be breaking it apart, and so I think that's what the president is reflecting there. He wants Congress to do its dang job. We have done it, the Republicans have, but the Democrats are refusing to go along on that, even though just several weeks ago, they were in favor of it. Now, they don't think it's politically advantageous for them, and they're playing games, and it's endangering the lives of American citizens, and it's causing real hardship.
So that is Mike Johnson speaking at a news conference earlier today. Let me get you live right now to Fruitland Park, where we are hearing from Chief Henry Rains, now talking about what we know about this suspect who was shot by police early this morning. Let's listen in.
Away from a crashed pickup truck while carrying a hatchet. Officers made contact and issued verbal commands for the individual to stop. However, he refused and continued walking away. As he was walking away, he stated, "I just want to go home." So I want to show you guys an actual picture of the hatchet he was carrying when the initial officer made contact. So at this point, the second officer arrives on scene, and then he's continuing to issue commands for the individual to drop the hatchet. During this encounter, the individual reached for a firearm, at which time the officer aimed and shot the suspect. I want to show you the firearm that the individual reached for. The individual was struck, and despite continued commands to relinquish the firearm, he did not. Officers on scene rendered medical aid. However, the individual succumbed to his injuries. The Florida Law Department Enforcement Agency is conducting an independent investigation in this incident. For us, this is standard protocol. The Fruitland Park Police Department is fully cooperating with FDLE and the State Attorney's Office. I would like to thank the Lake County Sheriff's Office and the Lady Lake Police Department for their help and their support during this incident. I also would like to report that no officers were injured during this incident, and additional information, including the body-worn camera footage, will be released following the conclusion of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement's investigation.
And I was going to say, I know you mentioned that this is really the first officer-involved shooting that this department has had to deal with. Do you feel like everything that happened was a part of protocol?
100%. I do say this, that to my knowledge, this is the first officer-involved shooting that we've had that had led to a death.
Do you have any information about the man's criminal history?
I do not have that information. We do have the individual who is deceased. We have his name and date of birth. I have no issue with releasing that information and giving it to either one of you.
Can you tell me, from what you do know, did the man appear to be under the influence before he hit the car, before he hit the house? What caused him to hit this house?
Like, I wasn't there on scene. I'm just going off of video footage of what I've seen. Obviously, I can't tell by video if he's in his normal faculties or not.
Can you tell me, somebody wielding a hatchet, that's not something that you hear about every single day. Did that cause alarm?
Oh, absolutely. Obviously, that intensifies the call when you have someone that you're dealing with who's already wielding a weapon.
As far as the involved officer, are there any steps taken, temporary leave, et cetera?
Administrative leave, standard protocol, yes.
I know you said the man died after he was shot. Where was he hit?
I can't release that information until the autopsy's done.
I guess just your stance as chief, you haven't dealt with this situation before, but how do you feel based on how you believe it was handled thus far?
I believe that when the officers responded to this incident, that they did everything per policy and per protocol.
So you don't feel like a mistake was made in this?
Not at all.
And I imagine you have to feel pretty good that you mentioned no officers were injured. How does that?
Yes, that's always the number one priority and blessing when you have an incident related with this, when you're dealing with an armed individual and all the officers go home safe.
How many officers were involved in this?
2. 1 shooter. All right.
Was anybody injured when he crashed? Any bystanders?
He crashed into a home.
1 vehicle crash.
Into a dwelling.
Was anybody home? Was anybody in the dwelling at the time?
Yes, I believe it was occupied times 2.
Was those 2 people, were they hurt or are they okay?
No. One of the individuals actually walked out when I was on scene. She didn't even know.
It seems like things just escalated pretty quickly.
Split-second decisions that were made.
And so I know you said split-second decisions. Split-second also in minutes, like this all happened in seconds?
I would say from the time that the second officer got there, you're talking seconds.
Yeah. Take that mic back from me. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Chief Henry Rains speaking with reporters there about what we know about this shooting in Fruitland Park. You saw him hold up photos that we had shown you there showing the hatchet that they say that man was wielding and then the gun as well that they say he was reaching for when he was shot. So we're continuing to follow up and learn more about this. We'll be talking with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay coming up in just a little bit as well. Let me go ahead and get you live right now to the White House press briefing room where Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, just walked out just a moment ago and is speaking now, about to take some questions in just a couple of minutes. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
Turning to the ongoing military operations in Iran, the United States military continues to decimate the terrorist Iranian regime's offensive and defensive capabilities. Just over 3 weeks in, it's abundantly clear that Operation Epic Fury has been a resounding military triumph. More than 9,000 enemy targets have been struck to date. Compared to the start of the operation, Iran's ballistic missile attacks and drone attacks are down by roughly 90%. The United States is also annihilating the Iranian regime's navy. We have destroyed more than 140 of their naval vessels, including almost 50 mine layers. This is the largest elimination of a navy over a 3-week period since World War II. Again, let me reiterate, this is the largest elimination of a navy on the face of the planet in a 3-week period since World War II. We are systematically dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, which will prevent future threats to the region. Our military also remains laser focused on eliminating the regime's threat to the free flow of energy through the Strait of Hormuz. Over the weekend, we dropped several 5,000-pound bombs on an underground facility used to store equipment, including anti-ship cruise missiles and mobile missile launchers positioned along the coastline of the strait. Our military efforts grow more successful with each passing day, steadily degrading Iran's ability to terrorize merchant ships. For all of these reasons, we are very close to meeting the core objectives of Operation Epic Fury, and this military mission continues unabated. From the outset, President Trump and the Department of War estimated it would take approximately 4 to 6 weeks to achieve this critical mission. 25 days in, the greatest military the world has ever known is ahead of schedule and performing exceptionally. Day by day, the Iranian regime is being crippled, and their ability to threaten the United States and our allies is being significantly weakened. Their ambitions of building a nuclear weapon have also been crushed to an even greater degree than they were in Operation Midnight Hammer in June 2025. That's why you're beginning to see the regime look for an exit ramp. They recognize they are being crushed, their ability to attack American and ally forces, as well as their ability to defend their own territory is dwindling literally hour by hour. Following President Trump's powerful threat on Saturday evening, it was made clear to the United States that Iran wanted to talk. President Trump is willing to listen. As President Trump announced on Monday, the United States has been engaged over the last 3 days in productive conversations, which led the president to temporarily instruct the Department of War to postpone planned strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure only. The remaining elements of the Iranian regime have another opportunity to cooperate with President Trump, permanently abandon their nuclear ambitions, and cease actively threatening America and our allies. But the president's preference is always peace. There does not need to be any more death and destruction. But if Iran fails to accept the reality of the current moment, if they fail to understand that they have been defeated militarily and will continue to be, President Trump will ensure they are hit harder than they have ever been hit before. President Trump does not bluff, and he is prepared to unleash hell. Iran should not miscalculate again. Their last miscalculation cost them their senior leadership, their Navy, their Air Force, and their air defense system. Any violence beyond this point will be because the Iranian regime refused to 40 of the Democrats' shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security. Democrats in Congress are forcing American travelers to wait in hours-long lines at airports across the country, robbing TSA officers and other federal workers of their hard-earned paychecks that they use to feed their families, and causing billions of dollars in damage to our economy. A father of 3 recently told CBS News that he felt he had no other choice but to quit his job as a TSA officer and find other work as the Democrats' shutdown of DHS continues. This is the quote from the father, and I encourage everyone to listen. I think the hardest thing is seeing the struggle that my wife was going through and not trying to bring more stress to her, the father of 3 said, but seeing her cry every night, how am I going to feed my family? How am I going to survive? For the Democrats in Congress, the cruelty of this shutdown is the point. Nearly 500 TSA officers have quit since the Democrat shutdown began. President Trump, to alleviate this pressure, made the decision to send some of our amazing ICE agents to help alleviate that stress and address the long wait times. And for all of the critics of this solution a few days ago when it was proposed by the president, it is yielding results. Wait times have improved since ICE arrived, and they are doing everything in their power to help their fellow federal service members. But it's important to take a step back and remember, why is this even happening in the first place? For nearly 6 weeks, Democrats in Congress have kept DHS shut down because they care more about illegal aliens than American citizens. You have Democrat elected representatives in states across the country who are willing to inflict massive pain on their own constituents to fight for illegal aliens who broke our nation's laws to come here. In recent days, we saw the deadly consequence of this deranged policy of Democrat open borders and an illegal alien-first agenda. A beautiful 18-year-old girl, Sheridan Gorman, she was shot and killed in Chicago last Thursday morning while walking in a park with friends. The suspect in custody for murdering her is a Venezuelan illegal alien who was caught and released at the border by the Biden administration in May of 2023. Why would the Biden administration catch and release a Venezuelan illegal alien? That is not happening anymore under this president. But there are still tens of thousands, if not millions, of these illegal aliens in our country who seek to do harm to innocent Americans, like this beautiful young woman whose family will now never be the same because of her death. To make matters even worse, this monster was also released from local custody again after a shoplifting arrest, where? In the sanctuary city of Chicago in June of 2023. Again, another innocent American citizen had her life stolen from her because Democrats embrace reckless open border policies and reckless sanctuary city policies, which put criminals back into American communities. How many more Americans have to die before the Democrats end this madness? President Trump's position is very clear. He wants the federal government opened, he wants the Department of Homeland Security funded, and he wants the Democrat shutdown to end immediately. The president will also continue to call on Democrat leaders in sanctuary cities and states like J.B. Pritzker, where this young, beautiful girl was murdered, to cooperate with ICE and stop releasing illegal alien criminals into American neighborhoods. It is for the safety of every American citizen, including all of the people in this room. With that, I will take your questions, and here in our new media seat today, we have Gabe Fleischer.
Thanks, Caroline.
Thanks, Gabe, for being here.
Thank you. I have 2 questions for you. First, if the war in Iran continues past this current round of peace talks, and with thousands of troops on their way to the Middle East, is there a point, either a number of ground troops or a number of days, at which the president will consider seeking authorization from Congress?
Well, as you know right now, that formal authorization from Congress is not necessary because we're currently in major combat operations in Iran. The Department of War and the President, as I said, estimated about a 4 to 6 week timeline for the full completion of these military combat operations. We're again on day 25 today. And as a courtesy, nevertheless, the administration did notify Congress, the Gang of 8, ahead of the launch of the operation 25 days ago. And we've also had our top national security officials go to Capitol Hill to brief lawmakers, again, out of courtesy and out of respect for them. So at this moment, it's unnecessary, but of course, the President and this administration will always abide by the law. Gabe, or do you have a follow-up?
Yes,
sure, go ahead.
Second question. In my reporting, I speak a lot to young voters, many of whom voted for President Trump for the first time in 2024, hoping to have no more wars and to have lower prices. Now, with the war taking place and with gas prices going up, curious what President Trump's message would be to those voters who kind of swung into his coalition in 2024, but maybe don't feel the administration's going as they had expected.
President Trump is doing this for you. He's doing this for young people so that we are no longer threatened by a rogue terrorist regime in the Middle East that seeks to kill the brave men and women who serve in our country in the Middle East, many of them young people themselves, young men and women who serve this country honorably in uniform and have been threatened, killed, and maimed by the rogue Iranian terrorist regime for 47 years. President Trump finally had the courage to step up and do what's right by our national security, our homeland security. As for the temporary short-term fluctuation in gas prices, the president has said once these combat operations are over, this administration is going to continue to unleash American energy dominance. We're continuing to do that every day, and we're going to see prices at the pump go back down just as we have over the past year because of this president. And don't think for 1 second if the Democrats had their way, gas prices would be as they were under the previous administration, the Biden administration, record highs. This president is keeping them as low as he can during this short-term combat operation, and they're going to go right back down when this is over. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Just within the past few hours, Iranian state TV has said that Iran has rejected the U.S.'s 15-point plan to end the war. What's the White House's response to that, and have these talks hit a dead end?
They have not. Talks continue. They are productive, as the president said on Monday, and they continue to be. However, I saw a 15-point plan that was floated in the media. I would caution reporters in this room from reporting about speculative points or speculative plans from anonymous sources. The White House never confirmed that full plan. There are elements of truth to it, but some of the stories I read were not entirely factual. So I am not going to negotiate on behalf of the president here at the podium. What I will tell you is these talks are ongoing. We're not going to get into the nitty-gritty details that have been exchanged between the United States and Iran at this time.
Well, yesterday the president mentioned a very big present that the Iranians had given the U.S. He wouldn't go into detail, but was it that ship that was carrying 2 million barrels of oil that made it through the state of Hormuz?
I'll let the president speak on that at the appropriate time.
And then finally, Caroline, today Iraq's government reportedly is planning to lodge a protest with the U.S. According to the Wall Street Journal. There was an attack in Iraq that hit a military clinic, killing 7 soldiers reportedly. What's the U.S.'s response to that? Was the U.S. responsible for that attack?
I'll have to check in with the Pentagon on that, and we'll get you an answer.
Thank you, Caroline. Too, if I may. Speaker Johnson today described the conflict as wrapping up, but the 82nd Airborne Division, they're typically deployed at the beginning of conflicts. So does the White House consider this conflict as wrapping up, or is it changing shape?
As I said at the beginning of my remarks, we are meeting our goals of Operation Epic Fury expeditiously. The president likes to maintain options at his disposal. It's the Pentagon's job to provide those options to the commander-in-chief. For any specifics on troop deployments, though, I would point you to the Pentagon.
And today, Philadelphia District Attorney Larry Krasner reiterated threats to potentially arrest ICE agents that were sent in to assist with these historically long TSA lines. He said, quote, "The president cannot pardon you." Has the president seen Krasner's comments? Does he have any response?
The president cannot pardon you for what? He's talking to the ICE agents who are handing out water bottles and are helping people move through lines at airports. It's a disgraceful comment. The men and women of ICE are great people. I would encourage this lawmaker, whose name I don't know and don't care to know, to actually sit down and speak with the ICE agents who are on the ground doing this important work, not just in our nation's airports, but again, to remove violent, dangerous, illegal alien criminals from our country, to protect this individual and all of us in this room and Americans across the country from murderers, pedophiles, and rapists who have been allowed into our country by Democrat politicians. Mario, good to see you.
Thank you, Caroline. Good to see you as well. Just given that the president postponed his original trip to China because of the war, should we infer that the war will be wound down and concluded by the time of that May 15th, 14th visit?
Again, as I've said, we've always estimated approximately 4 to 6 weeks, so you could do the math on that, Mario, but we do look forward, I know the president looks forward to going to China on May 14th and 15th, and of course, as always, we'll provide additional logistical details to all of you in the media for that trip, who I know look forward to coming with us as well.
One follow-up. Was that a precondition? Did the two leaders speak about the conclusion of the war? Was that a precondition for them to have this rescheduled meeting?
No, there was a discussion about the rescheduling of the meeting between the president and President Xi. President Xi understood that it's very important for the president to be here throughout these combat operations right now. He understood, obviously, the request to postpone and accepted it, which is why we have new dates on the books, and I'm happy to announce those to you today. Jennifer.
On the negotiations with Iran, are there still face-to-face talks planned perhaps in Pakistan? And who do you think would probably be going?
Again, I've seen a lot of speculation and reporting about potential talks that could happen later this week. Nothing should be deemed official until it is announced formally by the White House. I would not get ahead of our skis on reporting about any talks this weekend until you hear directly from us.
Does the president think that all of the allies will go along with whatever the U.S. concludes with these Iranians? Are you expecting that Israel and all the other allies will follow whatever agreement is made?
I think the president has shown that he is absolutely the leader of the free world, the head of the most powerful military in the world, and in various examples, so the 12-day war between Iran and Israel, the ceasefire between Israel and Gaza, the president has shown a very unique skill at getting our allies to get on board with what's in the best interest of the United States, but also the world in cases of foreign policy like this. Ed.
Yeah, thanks, Carolyn. So, is there a time frame as to when the first oil tanker can go through the Strait of Hormuz freely?
It's a very good question, Ed. I don't have a specific timeline for you today, but it's obviously something the administration is working towards as quickly as we can. And with respect to oil, as you know, the administration has taken a number of actions to stabilize the markets. We directed the U.S. DFC to offer reasonably priced political risk insurance for takers through the strait. We issued that temporary waiver to allow countries to purchase sanctioned Russian oil to alleviate global pressures. We're working with the IEA to coordinate the release.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt continuing to speak with reporters this afternoon inside the briefing room of the White House. Meanwhile, we're getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. We're going to welcome in our TV audience for Florida Live, and we're going to check in with Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, who is following up on breaking news for us out of Fruitland Park. So keep it here on Fox Local, and we'll be
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35 TV. It is 2 o'clock. If you've been with us on our live streaming coverage for the past few hours, just over the last little bit, we've been listening in to the White House press secretary, continuing to speak with reporters at the White House right now. But we wanted to take a break from that to continue to track the breaking news that we've been following this afternoon out of Fruitland Park, where a suspect shot and killed by police in a bizarre incident. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay had the chance to speak with the chief just a little bit ago. Chris, what do we know about this situation there? I know you just spoke with the chief just in the last 20 minutes.
Yes, the chief tells us this started with a man named Dwayne Holston. Fruitland Park police showed up to a neighborhood where they say Holston had crashed a vehicle into a home. By the time they showed up, they say Holston was walking away from the scene with a hatchet in his hand. They say at that point they gave several commands for him to stop. And during those commands, they claim he reached for a gun. And that's when one of the two responding officers shot and killed Holston. Now, this is still under investigation by FDLE, but no officers were injured in this situation. Garrett?
Chris, what do we know about why? I mean, this is kind of an interesting incident for investigators, police to be called out there in the middle of the night, essentially, for a crash, and then for this to happen. Do we know any more about the circumstances that kind of led up to this?
Well, the chief tells us this escalated extremely quickly. From one moment, it came to a routine traffic crash, and then before they knew it, they had an officer that was firing his weapon, he says, in defense of his life. Now, this is a situation where it's still early in the investigation. We asked the chief about the demeanor of the suspect. His name is Dwayne Holston. He was unable to give any indication of whether he was under the influence or anything like that, but those are some of the factors that FDLE will be looking into in the coming weeks.
And while that is going on, though, it did sound like we heard from the chief that he believes his officer acted appropriately in this circumstance.
Yes, and the chief tells us that he believes this is the first officer-involved shooting in which someone has died here in Fruitland Park. So he was very pleased with how things went on the front of his officers not being injured themselves. He says that's the number one priority when they respond to calls such as these. So this is something that they're going to be continuing to look at, as well as FDLE. Now, we don't have any clue at this point why things escalated that quickly. He says people in the area were, as you can imagine, afraid when you have a hatchet involved and potentially a firearm involved as well.
And Chris, what do we know about the area where this happened?
It's a residential area, so we're told that the house that he allegedly crashed into actually had a couple of people inside. Thankfully, they were not hurt, but there didn't seem to be anyone else that was in the area to perhaps agitate him at that particular moment. But that's something that they're going to be looking into, where he came from, what he was doing in that area. We also reached out asking any indications of a criminal history. That is one of the factors that the chief says he'll be looking into as well.
All right, really a lot of questions, but some really interesting details coming out of this. Fox 35's Chris Lindsay, we appreciate you hopping on with us here on Florida Live and giving us the latest on this story that we've been tracking this afternoon. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
I want to go ahead now and get you to the White House, where we are hearing from Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, answering questions from reporters amid the ongoing shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security and the war in Iran. Let's go ahead and listen in.
You're asking me to tell you if the commander-in-chief would authorize very strong strikes against the Iranian regime. That's not something I would ever reveal from this podium, true or not. Phil.
Thank you, Caroline. I was wondering if you would respond to some of this criticism of the administration from past allies like Joe Kent, who have said that the president's red line shifted from Iran cannot obtain a nuclear weapon to Iran cannot pursue nuclear enrichment. What is the administration's response to that criticism?
I think the president and I have both strongly responded to the criticism by Mr. Kent, who unfortunately resigned in disgrace and accused the president of basically being controlled by foreign countries and foreign manipulation, which is a ridiculous and laughable assertion. So his accusations have zero credibility as far as this White House is concerned.
The question of the red line shifting from no nuclear weapon to no nuclear enrichment, is there any substance to that argument?
I think the president has been quite clear in what he wants to see from the Iranian regime, which is why he chose to launch Operation Epic Fury in the first place. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. I have a question for you on the SAVE Act, and I'd like to follow up on the DHS shutdown.
Sure.
First, Senator
The
Mike
Save
Lee,
America Act.
Save America Act. The president corrected me yesterday. It was my fault. Senator Mike Lee said it's essentially impossible to pass the Save America Act through reconciliation. What's your reaction to that? Is the president worried that that strategy might fail?
I think he's willing to try all strategies. I spoke with him about this yesterday, and he said if we can make it work through reconciliation, let's absolutely do that. These, again, are common sense policies that are backed by the vast majority of voters across this country. The only people in this country who don't support them are politicians on Capitol Hill, and you all should ask them why they don't want voter ID, why they don't want proof of citizenship to vote in our nation's elections. Again, these are common sense proposals that are wildly popular, and the president is willing to use any means necessary to get this legislation passed and onto his desk.
And then on the DHS shutdown, do you expect deportations to decrease while ICE is in the airports? And what are the trade-offs of having ICE in the airports right now?
Well, to address this obviously short-term problem and the chaos that has been sowed by these Democrats on Capitol Hill, to address the lines and to get Americans traveling and get them to where they need to be. So the president, I think this was a creative solution, again, that was criticized, but we have seen wait times decrease, not as much as we'd like. Hopefully they will continue to, but at major airports over the course of the last few days as ICE has been facilitating with travelers in these airports. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. On March 6th, the president said in an interview with Reuters that the U.S. should have a role in choosing Iran's next leadership. Now that we're almost 4 weeks into the operation, is that still the president's assessment of where things should go?
As I've said repeatedly, I think the president obviously believes the United States wants to have someone in leadership position in the Iranian regime that will be much more favorable, that will be willing to work with the United States, that will no longer chant death to America. These would obviously be good, common sense things for the United States and for our allies. I think that's what the president meant when he spoke with Reuters that day. Go ahead.
The president yesterday said that he had achieved regime change in Iran because the regime has changed. In terms of...
has it not?
Well, the leadership...
Their entire leadership has been killed, and nobody has really seen or legitimately heard from this alleged new leader. So wouldn't you say there's been a change in the regime?
There has been a change in leadership. I mean, do you feel as though...
There's been a change in the regime leadership, which is what the president said. So thank you for confirming he was right.
I mean, do you feel as though you've achieved leadership level or the personnel in place right now in Iran that you're satisfied with? I mean, have you...
I think it's too soon to say.
In terms of highly enriched uranium in Iran right now, is your expectation, I mean, the stated desire of the president has been to prevent nuclear weapons. Is your expectation that the end game here is that eventually Americans will be in possession of that uranium, or you'll somehow have some direct control over the highly enriched uranium that could be used to develop it?
Again, this is a point of conversation that continues. I think you know the means in which the United States would have to take in order to achieve that goal, and that's a decision for the president to make. Brian, good to see you, Brian Glenn.
Good to see you as well. Does the White House have a comment on a letter that was sent from Congressman Raskin to the DOJ alleging that the DOJ recklessly released damning information in regards to President Trump's documents?
Yes, I saw that letter from Congressman Raskin this morning, who I would add has zero credibility, and this letter was clearly a cheap political stunt. What the congressman did here, Brian, and for everyone in the room who's hopefully not reporting on this as fact, is that he took untrue and salacious claims in a memo that was produced by Jack Smith, who has been completely discredited for his lawfare and his witch hunts against against this president, and that information was unverified. It never even made it into the indictment because it was so unverified. And what happened to that indictment anyway? It was thrown out. And Jack Smith has been proven, again, to be a prosecutor on a witch hunt against President Trump. He tried to throw him in jail ahead of the 2024 election. The Biden Department of Justice was fully on board with this lawfare campaign. And in fact, this story that was concocted by Congressman Raskin was so ridiculous. I understand his communications team reached out to some outlets in this room who responsibly said, we're not going to write this because this is just too much. However, of course, MS Now did write that story this morning because they continue to be left-wing propaganda for the Democrat Party. But I think Jack Smith has been proven to be a liar and a fraud. And this is, again, a cheap political stunt from a Democrat on Capitol Hill who I think wants to get himself on cable television. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt taking questions from reporters at the White House. Meanwhile, we're going to take a first break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. Going to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live from Tampa right now. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office they're actually holding a press conference right now to provide more information because 2 of their deputies were arrested yesterday and a detention deputy cadet was arrested on Sunday. So that's 3 employees from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office who have all been arrested within a matter of days. Now, the most recent arrest occurred last night in Port Richey. Pasco County deputies arrested 35-year-old Dayton Thomas following a domestic altercation. Thomas, who is a 10-year veteran of the Department of Patrol Services, is facing a charge of domestic aggravated battery involving serious injuries. Investigators say the victim in that case had to be taken to the hospital for treatment. Now, earlier on Tuesday morning, another HCSO deputy was taken into custody in St. Petersburg. 45-year-old Brian Juliano is facing several felony charges, including armed kidnapping, aggravated assault, and aggravated battery with a deadly weapon. The St. Petersburg Police Department says that Juliano threatened a woman with a firearm during an argument and prevented her from calling 911 or leaving the residence. Juliano has been with the agency since 2020. Now, these arrests followed the Sunday evening bust of Ivan Feliciano Herrera. Police in Zephyr Hills arrested the detention deputy cadet for domestic violence battery at a home on Shelby Lynn Way. Feliciano Herrera is the newest member of the group, having joined the sheriff's office just this past December. Now, Hillsborough County Sheriff Chad Cronister responded to the string of arrests by stating that this behavior is unacceptable and does not reflect the values of the agency. He emphasized that nobody is above the law and promised that all three men will be held accountable. Now, both Thomas and Juliano have been suspended without pay pending the results of criminal and administrative investigations. Garrett?
All right. Also in our Tampa connection today, a case out of Riverview where a Navy veteran is now facing charges.
Yeah, so last night around 8 o'clock, deputies were called to a home on Manor Cove Circle for an argument. And while backup units were waiting nearby, investigators say 41-year-old Antonio Jelks pulled up in a car and immediately began firing at the deputies' vehicles. The patrol car was struck at least 3 times on the passenger side, nearly hitting a deputy who was inside. Deputy Cole Eskeen, who has been with the agency since January of 2024 and is currently in field training, returned fire and struck the suspect. Jelks reportedly left the scene, but was later tracked down by K-9 units on a nearby porch. He was found with a gun as well as empty magazines and was taken to Tampa General Hospital for surgery. Sheriff Chad Cronister praised the deputies for their focus under pressure, noting that the suspect's actions made a peaceful resolution impossible. Jelks is now facing 2 counts of attempted murder of a law enforcement officer, with more charges expected. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement has taken over the investigation into the shooting, and this is standard protocol. Garrett?
All right. And finally, Nancy, in our Tampa connection, also learning more about a stabbing in Clearwater. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so this stabbing actually happened last night, and a Clearwater police officer was stabbed in the arm. Now, that officer, Samantha Negron, she has been released from Walton Plant Hospital after being treated for that stab wound to her arm. She has been with the Clearwater Police Department since 2022, and we are told that a second victim, that would be a 22-year-old woman, she remains at Orlando Health Bayfront Hospital in serious condition. Now, investigators say that this all began with an argument that occurred last night. An officer said that when they got to the scene, they saw several people arguing, and when they tried to de-escalate the situation, Shakina Batson charged at the 22-year-old woman and began stabbing her. That's when Officer Negron was also stabbed while trying to pull Batson away and stop the attack. Now, this morning we did learn that that 22-year-old victim had gone to this home in Clearwater to try to speak with her ex-girlfriend, and that ex-girlfriend is the suspect's sister. Batson is now facing charges of attempted second-degree murder as well as aggravated battery on law. all going to come down to the communication of everything. And especially with this, again, we saw areas with Milton and Helene impact areas across Appalachia. So there was incredible flooding in Northeast Tennessee, Western North Carolina. And so with that, this I think is going to help a lot of communities that are not directly impacted by storms. Because of course, especially on the coast of Florida, West Coast, East Coast, yeah, most likely you're going to be feeling the impacts if you have a hurricane or a tropical storm heading your way. But especially further inland, I know here in Orlando, we really felt the both storms with Helene and Milton, those effects from those storms. They weren't direct effects, but still there were some sort of effects, and especially in areas across Western Kentucky, Eastern Kentucky, Western North Carolina, Northeast Tennessee, Southwest Virginia, those areas that were indirectly impacted by the storm as it was fizzling out. I think this is going to help a lot of people, especially who don't get the direct impacts from the storm as it's at its strength, but still just add that extra layer of communication to how you should prepare, what are you going to be in for. So I think this was a great move by the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, because we know and we have seen, and you bring to mind those recent examples, that it's not just coastal communities that feel
Right.
these impacts. And I think that can kind of be the misconception when you may have seen the forecasts before, when you see the cones, when you think of what a hurricane is, but that's not just where the impacts are felt. So I think, kind of creating a little bit of a sense of urgency for some of those communities that may feel impacts. I think it looks like it'll be helpful.
Yeah, and each hurricane is a little bit different. So it's not like you can use one hurricane in order to help prepare for the next one. Yes, it's helpful, but usually there's different threats with different storms. So especially when we were talking Milton versus when we were talking Helene, when we were seeing Milton, there was multiple chapters of that. We had the tornado threat, we had the rain threat, we had the storm threat, and of course, the winds, especially for us here in Orlando. But areas across Northeast Tennessee, when they were feeling the effects of Helene, when it swung back inward and dropped an immense amount of rain, rain and flooding was their main impact. So kind of showing the different threats of what each community could face. I think this is also going to help with a lot of people in preparing for the storm as well.
Yeah, that's a good point. So this will be going into effect kind of fully for this coming hurricane season.
Yes, you're right. So a couple of differences from what we were seeing between this year versus what we saw last year. Again, last year, very similar map, but just a little bit of a difference. The big difference is that instead of just including the coastal communities that are going to be directly impacted by the storm, it is going to include everyone who could be impacted by this storm. So both inland and coastal communities will be included in all of those tropical alerts. Because again, it's not just the coastal communities that get impacted, especially with storms like what we saw not this past year, but 2 years ago. And also, I'll switch back to that image in a second, but the blue hashed zones, those are going to be including for those areas that are in tropical storm warnings and hurricane watches. So this is the 48 hours as the storm is approaching. This is where we're going to be seeing the multiple advisories being issued, almost one on top of another. So this is the 48 hours as tropical storm conditions are expected, but not quite close enough in order for hurricane warnings to be issued as well. So we're going to be seeing the introduction of a blue hashed zone with that as well, and that's also going to include those inland and coastal communities, and then also single shading for the entire 5-day outlook of the cone. So now that we know this, let's actually hop back to that map, and we can see again those blue hash zones in southern Florida right there. Those areas were the areas that we were going to be seeing those tropical storm and also those hurricane watches for not only the wind, but also the flooding and the rain. So you can see right there, that's where we're going to be seeing much more of that, taking a look at this season. And you can also see areas that are completely shaded. This is for the next 5 days of what we're going to be seeing with this storm. And these will update within every 12 to 24 hours of depending on how far away the storm is. So I think this is really just going to help a lot of people with their preparation and everything, and just try to get the most information out there possible in one photo and one graphic. Because I know, especially when it comes to hurricane season, there's a lot of information that gets thrown at you, Garrett. And just having one image that you can look at, you have all the information there. You know, if you're in a
tropical storm warning or a hurricane warning, hurricane alert. There's kind of shows everything, including the path of the hurricane, within that just this one image. So communication-wise, this is a great move.
Yeah, streamlines it a little bit. That is for sure. Well, Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Aaron.
I want to get you live now to Seminole County, where we are getting ready to hear from Chris Patton, talking about the evacuations that are underway at a Lake Mary apartment complex. We're talking about Pebble Creek at Lake Mary. Getting an update on where things stand after more than 70 apartments declared unsafe for the folks who live there. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
And so it's two different situations that we noticed out there when we were doing our inspections. Two buildings have been completely evacuated. One of those is due to fire damage it received a couple weeks ago. And we went back out there to do the inspections. The repairs weren't being made in an appropriate fashion. The other building, we noticed structural compression. That means when you look at the bottom of the building, you start seeing stucco actually billow out. That's because the building's actually kind of settling and condensing on itself. The other issues, those two buildings, like I said, 16 units apiece, so that's about 32 units there. The other 50 some odd units were from other buildings where their stairwells were, we noticed structural deficiencies in those stairwells where they're coming away from the walls, the steel was rusting away, things were not even, so a lot of different issues with the stairwells where they just weren't being maintained. So that's where those other units came from. We made those notifications yesterday throughout the day. As residents were coming home, we were speaking with them. The apartment complex has been working with us. They had some available units within the apartment complex. They were able to relocate some of those individuals temporarily. Other individuals, our emergency management and Red Cross teams work with to get them accommodations in other places.
The stairwells that were deemed to be an issue, are those interior stairwells or are those exterior stairwells?
They're exterior stairwells, so they're out to the elements. There's some wood there where you can see the wood rotting, or the lag bolts are coming out from the wall that they're supporting on. So it's really in the apartment complex's court right now to begin assessing the structural deficiencies we noted. They hired an engineering firm, and they'll provide a report to us, and they'll kind of start the ball rolling on where those fixes can be made. We did have an apartment complex in another area of the county experienced some of these stairwell failures last year. You can do some temporary shoring up with jacks and get those to a point where they can be used again. So that could be a quicker temporary fix to get some of these units back open if that's available. And that'd be up to the engineer to determine when he comes in.
I know you were mentioning that there was a fire in February. Why, I guess, inspecting it now? Was this something that could not have been a fire?
No, usually when you have a damage like that to the fire, you leave it up to the owner to repair it, and so we're going back out to inspect those repairs.
How old is this apartment complex, and has there been issues here before?
There's not been issues before. I don't have the exact date when it was built. It is quite an older apartment complex. I can look up on the property appraiser's website and get that for you.
I believe it was in the 80s. When inspecting the where the fire had happened, do you only inspect those buildings where the fire occurred, or was there an inspection to the entire apartment complex?
So how it went down is our fire marshal was out there inspecting the area that was damaged by the fire, and she started noticing that the repairs weren't being made to a satisfactory level and they were not being permitted. So that's when she contacted the building services division here and the code enforcement, and they went out and started doing a more thorough inspection of not just that building, but that's when they started noticing these stairwells as well.
It seems like it seems like since Surfside, there's been more attention paid to some of these apartment complexes, whether they're multi-story or they're just getting a little bit long in the tooth. I mean, was that kind of the impetus for really paying attention to these buildings?
I really think the impetus was that fire that brought it to our attention, and not seeing the repairs being made in a satisfactory manner. And it alerted us to that there could be potential other problems there.
So I know that you touched on the billowing out of stucco on the bottom, due to settling and that kind of thing. What would cause that after all these years?
We start seeing degradation of the studs, the actual wood in the building. We're in Florida, especially exposed wood around the stairwells. That stuff needs to be replaced every time now because it gets a lot of humidity. And especially if it's not being maintained properly with paint to help protect it, those kind of things can happen. So,
in light of this evacuation and this inspection, is there certainty that the other buildings are okay?
So as part of the engineering report that the apartment complex is responsible for, they're going to be doing an inspection of the entire complex, as well as all those stairwells to the other buildings that we didn't see visual. All this was done with just visual, looking at it and seeing rusted. There could be other stairwells or other buildings that have issues that you just don't see visually. And once they start opening up walls and looking at that stuff, they might see other issues as well.
So just so we're clear, we're talking about a wood frame and stucco over wood board.
Correct. Yep.
What are some of the other issues that could pop up with something like this? We're talking about the rotting in the center.
I can't think of anything off the top of my head. I think some of the issues that we've seen in the past is just when it doesn't get sun and there's trees around it and you start seeing moisture, settle on the wood, that can help accelerate rotting as well.
Could you put into perspective maybe, I know you're talking about rotting wood and stuff like that, but how intense those damages have to be considered unsafe to live in the building and for it to be evacuated?
So for instance, when we looked at the fire damage, there was exposed studs and we could flake off wood because it's been damaged and not repaired properly. And when we start looking at some of the stairwells, we could literally just flake off metal because it was rusted so bad. We took a lag bolt and just moved it with our hands freely. So things like that are not safe conditions. Those are major support structures of those systems, and they shouldn't be acting in that manner.
Were people residing in the fire damaged building?
Yes.
How dangerous is it?
Anytime you have structural damage, that's something we want to take seriously, and that's why we made the call yesterday to get those people out.
Could the property managers or the apartment complex themselves be fined in some way?
That's part of the process. Like I said, they've been very cooperative up to this point. Our main priority right now is get these units to safe working condition and the residents back in there. There could be code enforcement fines in the future, but generally that stuff's reserved for people, entities that aren't cooperating.
I guess, tell us has the county moved forward in both taking care of the apartment complex and the people involved?
So engineering report's important. Once the engineering team gets out there and submits their report to the apartment complex and the county, that can be a roadmap, a plan to get these fixes made. And then the permit's pulled and we can start inspecting that new work. The residents, we're continuing to work with them to make sure they have accommodations. Just because those apartments are closed, they're still allowed to go up there today and pull some things out. So we're still working with them to make sure that they're comfortable in their new spaces.
I know you were mentioning that some of the...
Chris Patton with Seminole County talking about the steps that are being put in place right now to help those residents at that apartment complex, Pebble Creek, that have been evacuated. There's about 70 units. I think they believed about 10 of them were unoccupied, so the rest of them were occupied. That apartment complex dealt with a fire back in February. You heard a reference to that in that news conference where we got that update, and things just not livable conditions right now, not safe conditions, according to inspectors who have been taking a look at that scene. We're going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. We're continuing to track the impacts and the hour-long waits in some cases, hours-long waits in some cases at airports across the country amid an ongoing shutdown of the Department of Homeland Security that has caused a number of ripple effects for TSA, and we have seen those TSA wait times really extending in some places. Houston, Atlanta, a number of places having major issues with that. Thankfully, has not been too bad here in Orlando, but obviously all of that is subject to change. And so we're watching those impacts for specifically for us in an area that is so dependent on tourism as that shutdown and those impacts continue. So joining us live this afternoon to talk about all this, we've got Dr. Stephen Pratt, who is a professor in the tourism department at UCF's Rosen College. Dr. Pratt, we appreciate you joining us this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks, Garrett. Happy to be here.
So first, I just want to get your take on what we are seeing. Obviously, it's the kind of thing that when people are seeing these wait times, it might make them want to think twice about flying to their destination right now.
Yeah, air travel is stressful at the best of times. So some of the visions on the news yesterday that I saw certainly got the heart racing and the palms very sweaty.
And so we have seen a number of airlines kind of taking some steps to kind of try to give some flexibility to passengers in all of this. Delta, United, Allegiant waiving some fees to give passengers a little bit more flexibility when it comes to rebooking. Do you think that's something that we might continue to see if this drags on?
Yeah, I think it's a great move on behalf of the airlines. They've tended to have a reputation of nickel and diming, of charging for the preferred seat, charging for special food, charging to change flights, to upgrade extra luggage. So I think this is a great gesture of goodwill on behalf of the airlines to help passengers and help allay some of their concerns that they're going to make their destination on time.
Do you think if this continues, we might see some impacts on people, on our industries here in Central Florida that are so dependent on tourists from coming in? Do we think we might start seeing some people deciding to stay away?
Yeah, I think there'll be two effects. For the longer haul travelers, there'll be some possibility of postponing if they can, and then for the shorter flights, then there might be some transference to road travel. To either if you can take the train if it's possible, or driving if it's in range. But of course that also has a burden, especially with increasing oil prices over the last month or so. So yep.
Yeah, you mentioned that as well. I mean, just another whole nother issue there with gas prices. I mean, so really, it's kind of a, which is the better option? And do I kind of roll the dice and gamble with making my flight by getting to the airport and trying to get through security, or do I pay potentially a lot more in gas for trying to drive to my destination? It's really a lot of questions that we don't have a whole lot of answers to kind of what the long-term impact is, but certainly doesn't look like a good thing right now.
Yeah, I mean, the uncertainty is number one, concern in travelers or potential travelers' minds, and it's that uncertainty that is problematic. If they go somewhere, let's say they do get out of Orlando to their destination, then how easy will it be to come back home? They'll have commitments, maybe need to go back to work or care for pets on return. Those types of things is another factor, to consider. It's not just going, but returning.
Right. Yeah, and we know we're not too far away from some major events when it comes to World Cup. We think of Miami hosting, some of those games coming up in just a few weeks. Busy travel season, right now with spring break, but then we're coming up on the summer, and so you're hoping for something that might force their hands and kind of change some of this. I'm sure it's something that those in the tourism industry are watching closely.
Yeah, I mean, as you know as well, Florida is a big cruise destination or departure point. So again, cruise passengers coming from out of state will be affected, of course, as well. May also need to consider driving to make sure that they can get to their cruise on departure time.
And so, for those destinations that are here, for those who work in the tourism industry here, maybe you own a business, own a hotel, or are one of these attractions that people are coming to. What do you, when you're kind of downstream of all this and you're seeing this and bracing for potential impacts, what do you do? Is there anything you can do?
I think if you can financially, to try to look at it as a more long-term perspective, that you have a lifetime customer, that if you do provide the concessions now, that your guests or potential guests will be loyal in the future. That they'll remember that you were flexible, that you took their plights into consideration, and that they will return and be loyal to you in the future when they come back to Orlando and Florida in general.
Well, we will continue to watch and see what happens. Dr. Stephen Pratt, professor in the tourism department at UCF's Rosen College. We appreciate your time and your expertise, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thanks, Garrett.
Meanwhile, as we go to break here on Florida Live, let's give you a live look right now at Port Canaveral. They're one of the cruise ports that Dr. Pratt was just talking about. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back. Live look at the U.S. Capitol, Capitol Hill, Washington, D.C., in our nation's capital on this Wednesday afternoon. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Well, Florida Live, same thing. Thanks for joining us here this afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and also Fox 35 TV as we continue our live streaming coverage throughout the day here. It has been a busy day, not just locally, but also on Capitol Hill. Several things that we've been keeping an eye on. One of them was a Senate Budget Committee that was meeting earlier today, and we heard from Florida's Rick Scott, Republican senator, who asked some questions of a witness in a hearing really focused on Social Security and the path forward for it, specifically when it comes to what Social Security and Medicare might look like in the future. Here is what Senator Scott had to say and the questions he asked of that witness in that hearing just a little bit ago.
Senator Scott.
Oh, thanks for holding this hearing. I'm from Florida, so we have a lot of people depend on Medicare, and a lot of people depend on Social Security. So making sure that these are fully funded is really, really, really important to a lot of people in my state. What's been frustrating to me, I've been up here 7 years, is I think we had about $18 trillion worth of debt when I got up here. I think we're at $39 trillion. Now our interest expense is over $1 trillion a year. We're running $1.9+ trillion deficits. And it doesn't look like any of that's going to change. And so if I was a family, I would say I'm really hurting my ability to prepare for anything, any emergency, including retirement or anything like that. So what we're doing to ourselves is, and I think, Senator Kane left, but I think he's right. I mean, most of the stuff won't get resolved until it's a crisis. It seems like just a few years down the road, it's a pretty big crisis. I'd start focusing on it now. One thing I've never understood is that why we actually have a penalty for people that want to keep working. So I've introduced the Senior Citizens Freedom to Work Act. It repeals the retirement earnings test and removes outdated punishments to Americans in their 60s who want to keep working. We ought to try to keep people working. I think when it started is when it was put in place when they wanted people to retire early. Now we want people to keep working, and we actually want our labor participation to go up because we actually don't have enough workers for the number of retirees we need now. So I think hopefully everybody's got a lot of good ideas, but we've got to figure out how to fix this. So Dr. Dahl, our nation's budget continues to spiral out of control, led by years of inflation causing policies and government overspending. Can you explain how high deficit spending coupled with increasingly high interest payments on that debt make it hard to solve future emergencies like the potential insolvency of Social Security and Medicare?
Absolutely. So as interest spending or spending on net spending on interest increases over time for a given amount of total spending and for a given amount of revenues, of course, then that constrains the availability of other funds, and lawmakers might feel constrained in their options available to them to address any issues that may arise.
One of the proposals out there is to increase taxes on labor income to try and extend Social Security's solvency. Would a tax increase on labor income actually make the state of Social Security better or worse by disincentivizing work?
So a tax increase on labor income would disincentivize work. How it disincentivizes work would differ across people. It would also probably have effects that we would need to consider on how people take their compensation and how compensation is structured.
Ms. Glenn, it's important that we remove barriers to work and promote reforms that benefit the trust fund solvency and support active participation in the labor market for older Americans who want to work. Can you talk about how an increase in labor market participation supports the health and longevity of programs like Social Security?
Sure. Any increase in labor force participation would translate directly into increased employment, which is a good thing for the trust funds. Increased employment, increased earnings means more revenue into the trust funds.
So I think we've all talked about the amount of fraud there is in a lot of different programs. It seems like every federal program is full of people abusing the program and full of fraud. So I don't know if any of you would address this, but how does waste such as improper payments in Medicare, Social Security affect the health of these trust funds and their solvency?
The most recent report, which I'm aware of, was a SSA OIG report, I believe in August 2024. And their calculations show that I believe from FY 15 to 22, there was cumulative about $70 billion in improper payments. Now, improper payments can be underpayments and overpayments, most of which were overpayments in this sense. And that $70 billion total, I think, equated to about 0.8% of total payments were improper payments. So that would generally put the trust funds in a better financial position. But I think, as my fellow panelists said earlier, how much that would move the needle is a little suspect.
Yeah, I think what Senator Moreno said. I mean, I think if you're telling people that would just work their butts off in a hard work job, I mean, raising their retirement age will be pretty devastating to them. I mean, you talk a lot of people in those jobs. I mean, their life expectancy is lower, and so I think it'd be very difficult for people like that. So, thank you.
Senator Rick Scott speaking in that committee meeting earlier today. A couple of other committee hearings that we're monitoring right now, including a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing looking at protecting American citizenship. That's going on live right now, so we're keeping an eye on that and may check in on that in just a little bit. Right now, though, we're going to take our final break here on Florida Live, so keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and Fox 35, and we'll be right back after. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us. It has been a big week for the Orlando Dreamers. They've launched a website or a shop on their website where folks can now get some team gear to show their support for the push to bring Major League Baseball to Orlando. Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp had the chance to speak with Johnny Damon, former MLB World Series champion and all-star, and who is part of this effort, about where things stand in bringing MLB to Central Florida.
How did your involvement with the Orlando Dreamers begin?
Well, I keep telling those guys it's about time, because I am from Orlando, lived here since I was 6 years old, grew up in Sky Lake South, moved to Whisper Lakes, but went to Weingard Elementary, went to Walker Junior High, went to Dr. Phillips, and I'm like, I am Mr. Orlando. I mean, I could run for mayor here and probably win by a landslide. And I'm like, guys, I need to be a part of this team because I'm one of you. I was a fan as a kid going to Tinkerfield, and a lot of people know me from my Red Sox and Yankee days, my 18-year major league career. And I'm like, I need to be a part of this. And ever since then, I feel like we've had a lot of positive stories, a lot of momentum. Barry Larkin has been fantastic. Such a great speaker, Hall of Famer. Andrew has been great. Jim has been great. So we've got a great team together, and we have a lot of great athletes that have come from Orlando that would love to be a part of it. I mean, how great would it be to have a guy like Shaq involved, or have Ricky Weeks? There's so many people that it would be perfect. And hopefully the Orlando Magic, we are so close. We're a great team. How great would it be to have them on the field throwing out the first pitch after winning their first championship? It would be awesome. So we're looking forward to it, but hopefully they've won 2 or 3 in a row by that time. But we've got so much in Orlando, and we can back baseball. And that's what I'm preaching to everybody right now. It's like Orlando needs to be the team. Tampa, we see Tampa and St. Pete, they cannot support the team. The Marlins won twice. They unloaded their team twice, which I understand, but that's not what the fans really want. Orlando has
Johnny Damon talking about everything Orlando has to offer when it comes to bringing a Major League Baseball team. That would be cool to see, and now seeing that push continue to grow. We're out of time here on Florida Live. Join our live streaming coverage at 3 o'clock. We're going to hear an update on the stabbing at a school in Walton County. Welcome back into, it's 3 o'clock. It's not Florida Live. I was busy doing things in that break and forgot to change my graphics. So welcome to Fox 35 News Plus. That's what happens after 4 hours of live streaming coverage. We appreciate you joining us here, though, at 3 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon. We are standing by waiting for an update any minute now from the Walton County Sheriff's Office, where they're going to be holding another news conference and answering some more questions about the stabbing yesterday at Walton Middle School in Defuniak Springs up in the Panhandle. So we are waiting for that to begin any minute now, and we will get you to that news conference as soon as it begins. But right now, I want to get you to the Florida Board of Governors meeting. They are discussing a number of things, and right now having a panel discussion about campus safety across the state of Florida. And so let's go ahead and listen in as we're hearing some discussions about this, about lessons learned from prior incidents, a number of other things. So let's go ahead and listen in live at this meeting going on right now in Tallahassee. Actually, this meeting is live in Pensacola.
Systems that were put in 2018 now require new upgrades. On this K-12 setting, fences that were put up in 2018 now require those upgrades. There is no goalpost. And so as long as nobody loses sight of that, then we can continue on and continue the mission of having the safest schools and higher ed system in the entire country. And that's why everybody looks to us. Next week, the Department of Education will be hosting a National School Safety Summit in Orlando. There are over 20 states that are going to appear at that. Why are they going to appear there? Because they know that Florida leads the nation in school safety, and they want to come hear what's going on in Florida so they can implement it in their state. So implementation for a lot of these things is a little difficult in the beginning, but if you can change that mindset, and with the assistance of all of you, because again, you've brought that to the forefront today, then I'm sure everything will be successful in the state university system as it has been in the K-12 setting.
Expanding on that previous question, K-12 has had the Guardian program now for several years. What do you see as the biggest opportunities and challenges with our system implementing a similar program? What can we learn from our colleagues in the K-12 sector?
So the Guardian program has been extremely successful. A unique part about me is I came from the law enforcement world. So part of my job in the law enforcement world is I'm also a firearms instructor, and I'm an active threat response instructor. So when the Guardian program was implemented, I began training guardians in the school districts. So I've taken part from the training, and then I've also taken part from the implementation, and then ultimately into the supervision part of those guardians. Originally in Senate Bill 7026, after Parkland, it required that every school have a safe school officer on campus, an armed person on campus. Quite simply, there might not have been enough law enforcement officers to go around. So
So that discussion going on live right now in Pensacola. Meanwhile, let me get you to Defuniak Springs, not too far away in Walton County. That is Sheriff Michael Atkinson Jr., who is joined with some other officials there, the superintendent, I believe, of schools alongside him. We're waiting an update on this stabbing yesterday morning at Walton County, at Walton Middle School there, and what we know about the two students, the one employee who was stabbed by a student. Let's go ahead and listen in live.
Ginger Bowden Madden. What I'm going to do is give you an overview of the events yesterday. We have some more details that we certainly are going to share with you. We're going to be as consistent, as transparent as we can be. I think that everybody understands the extremely sensitive nature of this involving children, the age of everyone involved, and just the tremendous amount of public concern about this. So I'm going to answer your questions the best I can. Myself or Ms. Madden or Mr. Hughes are going to be available. Let's run through what we know for sure. Yesterday morning, I think, Mr. Brigham, we have a timeline available. Is that correct? Yesterday morning, as you'll see, around 7:16 a.m., the suspect in this case arrived, dropped off by his mother as a routine drop-off. There is, just so you understand, at this school, Walton Middle School, is also a school guardian as well as an SRD. But they would not have been back in the school at that point because this is drop-off time. The school is not normally open. They're open for early arrivers and for kids that need to go to have breakfast. Okay, so he arrives, walks straight down a hallway and enters a bathroom. Now, if you'll see the timeline, we're talking about roughly a minute from the time he arrives. He's in that bathroom for about, give or take 2 minutes, 2.5 minutes, walks out of the bathroom. When he comes out of the bathroom, he's wearing what's commonly referred to as a balaclava. It is a type of face mask he's put on. As he walks out, he sees the first victim. Now, I want to be clear about something because I think it's a question that comes up quite a bit. There was no relationship between, to our knowledge, by an investigation yet, there's no relationship between the victims and the suspect. Unless something comes up past then, as far as we understand, this is a completely random set of victims. Okay, so be clear about that because I think there's some misunderstanding that maybe had been previous altercation between them. Maybe an investigation comes up and shows us something differently, but at this point, there is absolutely nothing to indicate that at this point. Okay, so he stabs the first victim, as you see, about 1948. Now, what happens is the paraprofessional steps out of a classroom, sees the two engaged, says something. You know, she obviously can't see what's going on, doesn't necessarily understand what's going on. At that point, essentially that attack, the suspect leaves the victim on the ground there, The victim gets up and flees. The suspect then runs down the hall. At that time, this is when he attacks the paraprofessional. I think we said yesterday, Mr. Hughes, I think you're correct, that roughly 40 students were in the school total, but in that area, only about 15 to 20 students, maybe a few more, but something like that. So there were other students there. He attacks the paraprofessional, continues running. At some point, he makes what is essentially a circle and randomly attacks victim number 3. That victim collapses there, and the suspect keeps running. The first victim had tried to flee on foot and is being rendered down a hallway by a school staff member who was trying to help that child. The suspect actually walks up to him, does not re-engage them, but flees the scene. Now you see he's exiting school about 7:21, give or take. He's detained around 7:28. These are a little bit of a rough time, but this is about where we're at, by members of Phoenix Police Department and Walton County Sheriff's Office. So they encounter him probably 2 blocks from the school, give or take. Still has the balaclava on him. That suspect was brought here to the Sheriff's Office where a series of interviews were conducted. Obviously, our most important thing was the well-being of the victim and the other children and staff members at the school at that point, because no further threat existed at that point to them. So everything is about life-saving at that point and the mental health and well-being of the children and staff of the Walton County School District. This investigation is going to continue to be ongoing, but the couple of things I want to reiterate to you. From all accounts, this appears to be totally random in regard to victim selection. Okay. I am not going to say the suspect's name at this time, and let me explain to you why, because you're dealing with a 12-year-old that is currently being handled as a juvenile. Decisions on how that's done will ultimately be made based on what the facts of the case are and accordance with the laws of Florida in regard to handling children of this age. So, we gave a lot of thought to that, whether or not to release that, but however, our number one priority is to make sure, A, that we follow the law, B, that the facts dictate when and how and if further charges are necessary. And we don't want to do anything that's going to hurt a case by saying something we shouldn't say. Does that make sense? And so with that, I want to turn it over real quickly. Mr. Hughes, or anything that you want to add that I did not address or say from your standpoint?
Sure, thank you. I appreciate it. And as Sheriff stated, it started off as a regular school day for us, where a student was dropped off by his parents in a holding area as they arrived on a daily basis, greeted as principal and assistant principal, no indicators of anything that would occur such as this, as we don't expect on any day in a Walton County School District on any campus. We did have adults who were there, who were on scene and on site doing what they're supposed to do as far as monitoring with students. Some of them acted to help make sure those lives that Sheriff mentioned are taken care for them. Of course, thank you, Sheriff, for the support you have with our SRDs. We also applied some medical attention, as well as some of our students, our teachers and or paraprofessionals, to make sure the well-being of the child was best could be. It is, as the Sheriff said, is absolutely random at this point from our standpoint. No previous things that would give us indication that this was going to occur, when it occurred, by whom it occurred. Would just like to say, Sheriff, today we have about 41%. We opened the school this morning. We believe in having school as normal because we have some 800 students there, and we want to make sure that students have immediate access to counselors. We have additional counselors there, additional law enforcement there to make sure the children are safe. We have about 41% of our students who are there having a great day. We've made sure that teachers had a list of things to make sure we address with students if they had any concerns. Of course, the other part of this, we have professionals, teachers who are there as well. It's been traumatic for everyone, not only our community, our students, our teachers who are there on a daily basis. Their place which they live and have their livelihood. We wanted to make sure that we had support staff of everyone that needed assistance today, and that's going really well. So appreciate that, and thank our community for the support. the guidelines. The other part, people may not know that we never expect things like this to happen at our schools, any of the 20 plus that we have here, or any of our campuses, but we had practiced these kinds of incidents because it's going on around the country or the world. And through that collaboration with our sheriff, our police department, EMS, all of those agencies that came to aid to us in that immediate situation, we want to say thank you. And the confidence that we have in our practicing procedures, certainly we appreciate that. And we thank you that we've been hearing from the victims, one paraprofessional, as the sheriff said, and 2 students. I spoke with their parents as recently as last night, and we had some conversations through other departments today on their well-being, and we're grateful and believing that they're going to be all right. So thanks for your prayers, support, and this is a collaboration. This is a partnership. One thing I want to say when it comes to parents play a part in this. We need to know, we have these conversations all the time with our students about the expectations. We need to make sure that everyone understands the expectation that goes on at home before they arrive at school. That's the appropriate partnership. So thank you, Sheriff. Thank everyone that played a part. God bless you all.
And I'm going to ask Ms. Madden to speak in just a second, but I want to mention something that I did not mention before, and I think it's important from a standpoint of the advanced life-saving care that's available in Walton County. I think this is exactly why we try to set these professional standards, because they were there almost immediately in rendering aid. It makes a difference when you have that kind of care. Both of the 2 children that were attacked are still in the hospital. They're still in intensive care and underwent procedures yesterday to ensure that save their lives. There will be a lot of speculation about what the background of the suspect is, but I have to tell you, until we're done, we're not going to comment on that, and it doesn't do anyone any good to speculate. What we need to do is be thorough, thoughtful, and professional in the way we engage this. We're not going to make speculation. I'm not going to speak to motivation because, frankly, I don't know a motivation at this point. And I don't think it serves any good for me to speculate on that. And so, Ms. Madden.
Just a few words. First of all, I would like to extend my most heartfelt thoughts and prayers to the families of the victims in this case. Also to the other teachers in the school, the children in the school. An incident like this, a random act of violence like this in our public school system does nothing but just incite terror and fear in everyone that goes to school there and everyone in the public school system. Having put 3 children through the public school system myself, I have complete confidence in the job that Mr. Hughes is doing. Everyone should recognize what a tremendous job the adults on scene did immediately. This occurred in a period of 45 seconds. And the response from the sheriff's office, from the leadership in the school system, from Mr. Hughes has just been phenomenal. It is my job now, once the case is turned over, when the investigation has been concluded, to see this case through to its appropriate conclusion. Now, with a child this age, a 12-year-old, there are certain limitations that are on the state by the law. Any charges outside of juvenile charges must be determined by a grand jury indictment. So once my office receives the complete investigation, and we're not going to rush the investigation. I know everyone is going to want this to work through the system as rapidly as possible. Once we have an opportunity to look at all of the facts and to look at the law as it applies to an individual of this age, decisions will be made how we will proceed.
We'll do is we'll take some questions, and again, just please be understanding there are certain limitations because of the sensitivity of the circumstances. But any questions?
Yeah, since the suspect is a juvenile, can you just explain a little bit more, that process and how he's charged and where he's being held?
So once, I'll address it to the extent that I can at this time. Once the investigation is concluded and it comes to us, we'll look at it. We've got a couple choices. We can keep it in the juvenile system, which is where it is right now. And again, another reason why we really don't want to disclose names and photos and all, because Currently, he is in the juvenile justice system. If we choose to present it to a grand jury to see if they would indict him as an adult, that's an option available too. But until we have all the information, those decisions we're not prepared to make that decision yet. But those are different options that are available.
And he is currently being housed at a secure DJJ facility.
You said the suspect walked up to the first victim and the person rendering aid to him. Did he say anything or do anything when he walked up to them?
I don't want to speak to that right now. I will say that unfortunately, this entire incident was largely captured on school video. That video will never be made public. There are victims and it should never see public outside of the courtroom. So I want to be clear about that. So a lot of this we're talking about, we're not speculating. We literally watched this unfold.
Do we know what type of weapon was used? Was kitchen knife or?
Yeah, it was a knife that the suspect brought from his home. Kitchen style knife.
If you can touch a little bit on this, does the suspect have any past offenses, or has he shown any signals in the past that he was going to do something like this?
So we're in the process of doing an investigation, and I just don't want to say that there was nothing in the past. There was something. We just need to look at this and be very thorough. The suspect was suspended about a month ago, but nothing related to anything like this. We need to finish looking at all the records before we make that kind of statement.
Is there any family history? Because Superintendent, I noticed you mentioned, it all starts with what the student is bringing from home into their schools. So I guess, is there any play for the student specifically that you could touch on?
Any play?
Or just kind of if any of his at-home or family history
I
could
think
be involved?
Sheriff, when he stated what the student brought to school, that was my input. He brought this item from home. Which is concerning. That's how the item got to school, and concealed it.
How long did you interview the suspect for?
Well, the suspect's still in our custody, right? And there's limitations to how long you can interview a juvenile, and things that quite frankly make practical sense when you're doing that. So I don't want to disclose the exact amount of time, but we're not talking about a period of hours. That's not how this works. So he is a child, and we have to deal with it a certain way. So
I do have a question.
I'm sorry, I think they got to go here.
Yes. Are there any plans to implement any safety measures like metal detectors or clear backpacks in the future?
So that'll ultimately be a decision that we talk with the superintendent for him to decide, and working with our school safety officer. But I need to be very realistic with everybody here. And my children went to public schools here, and I'm very proud of that. Very proud of the education they got. We're going to do everything we can, and we always work very closely with the superintendent and school safety about doing what we can. But it's pragmatically impossible to eliminate every risk every day for somebody that wants to do wrong. Doesn't mean you can't do better. We want to try and do as best we can, but I don't think we'll ever be in a situation where we can stop and search every child every day. So there is a balance. And I think once you see, listen, every house is full of steak knives or kitchen knives and things of that nature. We have to figure out what the balance between safety and children learning in an environment that makes sense. And I don't know that answer. I think that's something we'll sit down and consider. Mr. Hughes, I'll say that correctly.
Absolutely. We will consider all those things and have conversations with sheriff, our safety specialists, and try to stay on top of those kinds of measures. If we're going to add any additional measures, we'll certainly let our community know if appropriate and not going to jeopardize the safety of other students.
And I say that pragmatically, and I don't want to be flippant, but the reason I say that is because this same individual could have just got out of the right area, never entered the school. So he wouldn't even have to walk through a metal detector. That's the challenge, is making a institution as safe as you can, but still make it conducive for a child for learning. So it's a tough call.
And I have a question for the superintendent. I know you touched on, them going back to school today, but can you explain a little further why you guys made this decision of reopening the school, knowing what happened yesterday in the trauma?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. Research shows us that it is important and paramount for us to get back to normalcy as quickly as possible. This is the life and experience of children for the last 120 plus days, 40 something days now. Some of those students don't have food unless they come to our school. Where they're going, we didn't want 500 or 800 students sitting at home all day alone. Think about what happened. Those who are dealing with challenges need someone to talk to. Some of our parents have to work. I made the decision that we will get back into schools where I know they're going to be fair, where I know adults can handle their situation, where I know we'll have extra support, extra protection, and not leave a child or 11 and 12 years old at home all day trying to figure out what they're really thinking. How do they handle this? We have children that are involved in extracurricular activities. The outlet's going to be softball practice or some kind.
All right, it looks like we may be having some issues with that feed that's coming in from the Walton County Sheriff's Office Facebook page. That is an issue, it appears, on their end. I'm checking it out from another source here, and it looks like that feed has gone down. It actually, no, yeah, it has gone down. So we are going to hopefully get that back for you. At least the good thing is we got most of that. It appears that it is back. So let's go ahead and listen back in.
My priority is the children, the safety of them, their mental state. We talk about the whole child when it comes to educating them. So we want them in a learning environment now. It's tough to learn geometry having heard and felt all the things I had to feel yesterday. But at least we had adults there who could really support them through the learning and get back to normalcy so they would have some time away from the tragedy that happened yesterday. And the sheriff mentioned this, and it's very important to know only about 40 children actually witnessed this incident. So the majority of students didn't witness it. They heard about it or had a part of it when we had to reunify them at a different location. So the residual may be emotions of them having to get on a bus, not knowing what was going on, not knowing what was happening. So all they had was what another student may have shared with them. I made the decision to make sure children were back into, and I'll say it, into my care of Walton County School District, teachers, staff, law enforcement, and support staff that could provide everything a child would need under these circumstances at this time.
And while I have you up there, what resources are being provided to the students right now to help get back to that sense of normal and to hopefully see growth from the current around 40% of return from today?
Well, I think we provided, again, those resources, some stability, some questions they may have had that parents didn't know because we cannot disclose all of the details. The teachers can say, hey, this has happened. We're going to be all right. We're family. We're a tribe at Walton Middle School, and we're going to take care of each other. We're all going through this. So we didn't leave students on their own to kind of process these kinds of things, talk about next steps. We had professionals who were there along with them to help support and walk through our next steps.
And what are some of the safety measures that not only Walton Middle, but other schools in the county already have in place to help prevent incidents like this one?
We have a lot of safety measures. Many of those I will not disclose because it informs NR powers. I think the biggest thing people may not know, and an incident like this may not come out, we talk to children about humanity, about life, respect, and the expectation of protecting yourself and those you're connected to. And in those conversations, we talk about why this is so offensive, this is so detrimental, this is so opposite of what humanity is all about. And we do that very often. And so when we talk about those kinds of things, and I've been superintendent for 9 years, go to school 180 days. It's the first time we've had to deal with this. I don't ever want to deal with it. I would hope at the end of my 10-year, it'd be 0 times. But those kinds of conversations have to happen often for the well-being of children and humanity. So we're teaching life, not just math, geometry, English, those.
Do you anticipate a time when you might be releasing the name of the suspect at some point, additional information?
I just think Ms. Madden touched on that. I think, while we're pending this investigation, until such time as a decision is made, whether or not it's presented to a grand jury, that obviously would fundamentally change things. And if that was done, then we'd certainly do it at that point. Until then, we just need to make sure that we comply with laws. We don't do anything that makes a prosecution difficult. We need to make sure the prosecution is successful. We owe that to the victims. We owe that to the staff, the people who are there. So our number one job is to do it right. And, when it becomes incumbent upon us to release it, that it makes sense, we will absolutely do that. But if you want to blame somebody, blame me in regard to part of that. I just did not think it's appropriate to do anything that would potentially hamper the ability of the state to carry this out in a manner that makes sense for them.
And you gave an update on the 2 children who are in the hospital. Can you give us a little more on that and how the paraprofessional is doing as well?
I believe the paraprofessional
is at home.
Is at home. Okay. As of yesterday. And I want to be careful because we don't want people's health in regard to the 2 victims, but they are still in the hospital with intensive care.
And for parents who may be watching and are wondering, how will you make sure that this doesn't happen again in Walton County schools?
Wow, I tell you, that's I would have told you that I've been in this business long enough to know that there are always individuals who are going to seek to do harm. As far as the systems in place, the system worked as well as it possibly could. With all due respect, we didn't prevent it, absolutely, but we prevent a whole lot. And then I think the relationship between the school district, the sheriff's office, in regard to providing safety, it's our priority. We have very constant meetings with the school district, and the response was very, very quick. But I can never guarantee you, nor should anybody ever guarantee you, there'll never be violence and there'll never be someone who takes actions like this. It becomes very difficult. And we've had a pretty good success record. God willing, I would love to finish out, it's my 33rd year. I'd love to finish out, never have done this, but this is the reality. And what we're going to try and do is we'll look for ways to be better, as I said earlier. But I'm not going to lie to you, and no one should ever tell you that they can prevent any and all attacks at all times. That's just not the world. Who else?
I just want to make one comment. You step out of my wheelhouse, which I shouldn't do. I'm no mental health expert. I deal with facts and law, but I support Mr. Hughes' decision to bring the children back to school. I think one of the most important things, again, I'm no mental health expert, but I think one of the most important things that parents and the community, we need to show these children that we have confidence in school safety, that we have confidence in our school system, and getting back to business, providing the most safe environment that we can possibly provide for children to learn and for teachers to teach. But I think it's incumbent on us as adults, as parents, as a community, to demonstrate that through our thoughts and actions, and showing our confidence in the system. I think the children are going to recover most rapidly and most fully. They'll follow the lead of the adults they're surrounded by.
And I thought Mr. Hughes gave a statement last night that I think was put out on your social media as well too, that is worth parents and citizens to listen to, and just speaks to the heart of both the man and the attitude of the way the Walton County School District does business. This trauma response, about building resiliency, is about getting these kids back to, as he said, a sense of normalcy. And I would 100% support the decision to make that. So, if there's no other questions, we're going to conclude this. As more information becomes available, we'll certainly make that available to you. Thank you.
Walton County Sheriff Michael Atkinson Jr., the prosecutor for that area, the superintendent for the school system there, talking and giving an update about that attack that lasted just 35 seconds from the time the first victim was stabbed to the time the third victim was stabbed, all in just a matter of moments after that 12-year-old student walked out of the bathroom having put on a mask and then stabbed 2 students and a paraeducator with a knife that they brought from home. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We appreciate you joining us on what has been a busy day of live streaming over the last 4.5 hours. We're going to hand things off to the Fox 35 Storm team, so keep it right here on Fox Local for Fox 35 Weather Plus. Tracking some showers and storms this afternoon, so